Good morning, Miss Tatiana Molcean. Can you hear us? Good morning. This is Carlos Maldonado from ECLAC. Welcome. Could you please share your camera so that we can see you correctly?
To switch some
Okay, we can see we can see you perfectly.
to put some background, and I'm not managing to. Okay.
Okay, perfect. We'll be starting in a few minutes. We already have the other regional commissions connected. See you soon. Thank you.
José, vamos a partir. Bueno, muy buenos días.
Morning, everyone. We would like to warmly welcome you to this third day of the regional seminar on social development organized by ECLAC. This morning, we will be holding a high-level panel discussion entitled On the Road to the Second World Summit on Social Development, Global and Regional Commitments for Inclusive Social Development. The regional seminar on social development is a space that brings together important authorities, academics, specialists, and representatives of different regions in order to collectively reflect around the road towards inclusive social development. We would like to greet and thank the presence in this roundtable of the Undersecretary General of the Economic and Social Commission for Western Africa, and I would like to again thank the participation of the executive secretaries of the 5 regional commissions of the United Nations. I would like to greet José Manuel Salazar Siriñáez, executive secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Abul Bakli Bog, who is head of the cabinet of the executive secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, who accompanies us online, Mrs. Tatiana Molchan, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Europe, who is also online, Mrs. Lin Yan from the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, who is also connected online, and Mrs. Laura Dusty, who is Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for West Africa, who has West Asia, who has sent a video for us. Your presence in this panel discussion evidences the commitment of regional commissions of the United Nations system with the construction of a global agenda and a transformative agenda to move towards inclusive social development. We also sincerely thank the presence and participation in the space of the authorities that accompany us since the first day, both face-to-face and also online. We also especially greet our dear friend, Mr. Juan Somavia, who is present in the room with his whole history since Copenhagen in 1995. And now, 30 years since then, we're on our way towards a second World Summit on social development. We seek to create an interregional dialogue about the commitments to strengthen the inclusive social agenda at a regional and global agenda. And this exchange becomes especially relevant during preparatory processes for the second summit on social development, seeking an agenda focused on people that promotes collective well-being and faces structural inequalities that still exist. And to begin with this panel, I would like to invite the Undersecretary General of the Economic and Social Affairs DESA of the UN, Mrs. Bjorn Sankin, to deliver her presentation entitled Priorities and Common Commitments on the Way to the Second World Summit on Social Development. Undersecretary General Sankin, you have the floor for 20 minutes. Thank you, Alberto.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to meet for the third day of this very important meeting as we prepare for the upcoming social summit. A great opportunity to reaffirm inclusive social development as a key component, key pillar of what we do as a global community, as a key part of overarching thinking around sustainable development. We've heard very good substantive inputs over the last couple of days that I think have helped at least jog my brain cells as we think about, again, the preparations for the next social summit. And we've had good discussions in the last couple of days, but I really looked forward to the discussion this morning, where we really bring in the perspective of the different regions and the regional commissions. I believe that's a very important component of the preparation towards the next social summit and in everything we do as United Nations. And some of you may know that I actually started my first career at the UN at a regional commission, not ECLAC, but the Economic Commission for Africa. So again, a great appreciation for the work that's done at the regional level, and I really look forward to hearing the perspectives of the region, and would like to thank again ECLAC as a regional commission that has really taken on the analytics and the regional different discussions in preparation again for the social summit. So my task this morning is to just brief you about where the negotiations are at in preparations for the next social summit, and outline some of the key issues that we see emerging from those negotiations. And we will look forward to hearing from the different regions once I've done that. So you know that the main outcome of the upcoming Second World Summit for Social Development, I should mention, it will take place in Qatar from 4th to 6th November this year. So the outcomes are being negotiated in New York as we speak. A zero draft was released in May, and it has since been followed by a first revised version that was issued on the 18th of June, and which is publicly available. That draft declaration reaffirms commitments to the 3 Copenhagen pillars of social development: to poverty eradication, full and productive employment and decent work, and social integration, each framed within the broader context of social justice, human rights, and multilateralism. So we've seen how in negotiations, member states have reaffirmed that we stand on the Copenhagen Declaration. The current draft includes a preamble. It outlines a vision and purpose of the summit, providing an assessment of progress and not least gaps in the implementation of the Copenhagen Declaration and the program of action, as well as the social dimension of sustainable development. It includes a call for action, which aims at addressing those gaps that have been identified and creating momentum towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. And that part of the declaration focuses on the 3 pillars. Again, poverty, employment, and social integration, as well as some selected cross-cutting issues. And finally, and very importantly, a section on follow-up, review, and implementation of the political declaration. I think, it's important that we get good agreements at the United Nations, but those agreements aren't worth very much unless they make that change in people's lives that we are looking for. So based on that draft declaration and the discussions that I held so far, I'm going to highlight just 4 key points that appear to form emerging areas of consensus on the road to Doha. The first point, there is broad understanding that the summit is fundamentally about addressing unfinished business of Copenhagen. Because while we often focus on the challenges and the gaps, it's important also, I think, to recognize that significant progress has been achieved. Global wealth has grown substantially since 1995. International trade has expanded even more. Labor productivity has increased. Global unemployment rates are at a historic low. Extreme poverty has declined, and access to education, healthcare, and social protection has improved. But as I'm sure also everyone listening to this is also very painfully aware, that progress has been uneven and it has been slow, and some serious gaps remain. And if you've seen the zero draft, you've seen this also mentioned in the document, but I'll just briefly reference some of those gaps that are identified, including that millions still live in extreme poverty, and over 1 billion people endure acute multidimensional poverty. More than 1 billion people lack access to any form of social protection. Millions of young people are neither in education, employment, nor training, what we often refer to as NEET. Youth continue to face high levels of unemployment, informality, and working poverty. Inequality has reached staggering levels. Gender inequality remains deeply entrenched. Persons with disabilities and other groups encounter substantial social and economic barriers to inclusion, and digital divides within and among countries persist. So member states agree on the urgent need to aim to close those gaps, to recommit to the Copenhagen Declaration, and to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. So that was my first point that I wanted to bring to your attention. My second point is that while member states broadly agree that Copenhagen remains the baseline, many emphasize the importance of addressing new and emerging challenges that have arisen or intensified since '95. And they particularly revolve around digital transformation, climate change, and demographic shifts. So these challenges represent risks, but they do also represent opportunities. And we've had the chance also to discuss some of this in the last couple of days. But let me mention just a few of the aspects that have come up in the discussions. For example, around digital technologies and artificial intelligence, there is growing recognition that these will impact labor markets and societies at large. But if properly leveraged, they can also significantly improve the design and delivery of social development policies and services. To climate change, the green transition brings costs for some and benefits for others, but accelerated action is needed to manage its impacts, including through investments in green skills and education. When we talk about demographic shifts, we've seen changes such as declining fertility, rapid population growth, and aging populations. And they'll require adaptive social policies. For example, strengthening social protection systems, ensuring access to healthcare and long-term care, promoting lifelong learning and skills development, and enhancing digital inclusion, to mention just a few. By adopting such policies, but also by promoting intergenerational knowledge transfer, youth and older persons can participate actively in society and in the labor market. So there's some convergence around those topics, but of course there are also some nuanced differences in how countries approach these challenges. But nevertheless, there is joint recognition that any effort to address these challenges need to focus on those most affected, often disproportionately, which means focusing on women, on youth, on older persons, on persons with disabilities, on indigenous peoples, those living in poverty or in remote areas, just to mention a few. We have discussed multidimensional poverty also over the last couple of days. I think it helps us again to understand and feed into these discussions, because these groups also tend to have limited access to decision-making processes, raising the importance of making such processes much more participatory and responsive to their needs. And I'll return to that point in a minute. So that was the second point. The third point. There is an emerging consensus on the value of multilateralism. We know that there are challenges at the moment, but there's also strong commitment, because a strong multilateral system guided by the principles of the UN Charter and of international law is seen as indispensable for advancing social development and social justice. So promoting and scaling up North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation are critical to mobilize knowledge, technical cooperation, and resources to address social challenges and foster innovation in social development policies. You may have followed the discussion around financing for development, another very important process that has been negotiated in the context of the United Nations, and that concluded last week. Member states will be meeting in Sevilla, Spain, in a few days to formally endorse the document. But at the last PEPCOM, there was agreement among member states on the outcome document of the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development. And that document also underscores the importance of multilateralism. The outcome is called the Compromiso de Sevilla, and it reflects the recognition that it is time to reinvest in multilateralism, international cooperation, and global solidarity, particularly at a moment when the system is under pressure due to geostrategic and developmental challenges. And I'd just like to underscore that point. And I think it was a great moment to witness at the United Nations when we understood that there would be a consensus around the outcome document of the Fourth Financing for Development Conference, a document that also brings the discussions forward. You may remember that the previous Financing for Development Conference took place in Addis Ababa in 2015, and it made some very important member states made some groundbreaking, really, agreements around tax, for example. And the outcome document that now will be formally endorsed next week in Sevilla brings that discussion forward. I think it's a great achievement that that gives rise to great optimism also, and as we move into the really the crunch of the negotiations in preparation for the second World Summit for Social Development. And in that document, multilateralism is recognized both as an end in itself and as the most effective means to secure fair and sustainable financing for development. And again, by extension, as a means to ensure inclusive social development. So dear friends, that brings me to my fourth and final point that I wanted to bring to your attention here from the negotiations so far on the outcome document of the Second World Summit for Social Development. And that is around the need for effective implementation. There is a dedicated section of the political declaration in the draft that is before us at the moment, which addresses follow-up, review, and implementation. So far, this is envisioned among three levels: the national level, the regional level, and the global level. At the national level, there is full recognition that national action remains the primary engine for social development. National policies need to be ambitious and comprehensive, based on a whole of government and whole of society approach. It includes the meaningful participation of civil society, of social partners, grassroots actors, and local authorities. At the regional level, the revised draft recognizes the important role of regional mechanisms and entities, including the regional economic commissions, expected to provide tailored responses to regional challenges and priorities. And at the global level, in its current iteration, the draft declaration highlights the continued relevance of the Commission for Social Development, what we often refer to as CSOC-D. It's a functional commission of ECOSOC and has a key role in overseeing the global follow-up with support from UN specialized agencies and regional commissions. But further clarity is still needed regarding how other global mechanisms that take stock of the Sustainable Development Agenda, it could be the General Assembly, it could be the high-level political forum that meets every year in July, and which we are used to taking stock of where we are at in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. We don't know whether that could have a role in the follow-up, or other mechanisms under ECOSOC. We have an operational segment that looks at the whole development system. There could be other aspects of how we use the UN system at the global, at the regional, and at the local level, including the resident coordinators that hasn't been fully discussed yet. But I'm mentioning it here now because I think it would be very interesting to challenge our colleagues at the regional level to reflect also a bit more on the implementation side. How do we make sure that what member states agree in November is translated into action in communities and in countries. So to wrap up, while there has been some convergence around these points, of course, as you know, negotiations are ongoing and the text is still evolving. But while November is the date for the conference, the co-facilitators, which is Morocco and Belgium, have set a quite ambitious timeline with the target for final agreement among member states already in mid-July. So the negotiations are really happening now. So with that, I would like to end my statement, and I again reiterate our commitment from DESA to support the negotiations and to get a successful outcome for member states to agree on in November. And I really look forward to hearing from the regional commissions on their important inputs into this process. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Millón.
Thank you for your presentation and for sharing the priorities and common goals. It's quite important as we advance towards the Second World Summit on Social Development. Following, I'd like to offer the floor to Mr. José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. You have 12 minutes.
Muchísimas gracias, Alberto.
Thank you, Alberto. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for being present and for the virtual presence of our other colleagues. I would especially like to greet Björk Sanker, Under Secretary General of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs at the UN. A very special greeting to you. You have had a key role in all the preparations for Copenhagen. So it is wonderful to have that you have us in your heart. And one of the most important things is to serve as a bridge, taking the voice of regions and helping countries to implement policies adopted in the world scenario. This roundtable is a good example of the joint work that the regional commissions take on, and we have done so with key events in the international agenda, such as the COP30, the Sevilla meeting on development next week, the Second World Summit on Social Development, as well as compliance of the 2030 agenda. And this is something that we have developed several activities for. And thinking about the Second World Summit, we, in last January, published the document On the Road to the Second World Summit for Social Development, contribution from the regional commissions, and you can obtain it here with the Secretariat. And social development is a very big ask, and it is the main idea of the multilateral system that has been progressively taken on in different instruments since the Declaration on Progress and Development in 1969 to the World Summit on Social Development in 1985 in Copenhagen, which was before and after the Millennium Summit in the year 2000 and the adoption in 2015 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. All this has put social affairs on the table as part of a very broad agreement worldwide. The 17 SDGs have allowed us to follow the economic and social challenges, and the 2030 agenda was, of course, and continues to be quite innovative, true and significant progress of the multilateral system and a way of taking care of development. For example, an objective was included on decent work, where certainly Juan Somavia, when he was a general director of the ILO, had a very key role in making it happen as DG8. So emphasizing the reduction of inequalities, the central nature of implementation, governance, and institutionality as a necessary instrument to advance with these goals. That was a fourth point of his intervention and of your intervention. And of course, one of the main aspects in this conversation is what is the role of the institutions, and certainly of the economic and regional commissions and the implementation of what will be agreed in Qatar. And this idea of governance and institutionality to manage changes and transformations is something that is of great concern to us here at ECLIC. And as you've heard in my presentation on the first day, one of the first traps is this trap of low governance, low institutional capacity in governance that we're working on. In the last 5 or 6 years, ECLAC has been developing an important path of reflection and proposals with the countries on social issues. In 2019, in Mexico, the third meeting of the Regional Conference of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean was held, and it was approved. The regional agenda for inclusive social development was approved. It had 4 axes. One was the universal, comprehensive, and sustainable and resilient social protection. The second, social and labor inclusion policies, strengthened social institutional framework, and a regional cooperation and integration advancing towards social development. And in this 5th meeting of the regional conference, ECLAC decided to mandate and prepare a roadmap and document that would bring the region's voice to the Second World Summit. The first draft was presented to the countries at the 6th meeting held in Barbados. And of course, it was an excellent discussion between the ministers and authorities. On that basis, the countries agreed to hold a special meeting of the presiding officers of the conference in March 2025 and to discuss a revised version of the document, which included a set of messages from the ministries of social development of the region. And that included the proposal of moving towards a global pact for inclusive social development. This document was delivered by the countries in the same room to Mr. Lee Yunghua, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, as input for the discussion at Forum of the Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development held in April. Another key moment in the work with the countries will be the 6th meeting to take place in Brasilia in September this year. And for this, we're preparing a 3rd document, Latin America and the Caribbean, 30 years after the first World Summit for Social Development towards a Global Pact for Inclusive Social Development, to put into perspective all the proposals discussed at the regional conference with those of the 0 draft and work of the interagency task force at a global level. That is a little background on the work we've been doing at a regional and global level. I'd just like to mention a little more on what we're doing in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of social development. Of course, in the region, we still have huge gaps and lags. Poverty is far from being eradicated. In 2023, it reached 27.3%, similar to the 2014 level, and extreme poverty reached 10.6%. Rural poverty, as we mentioned in some sessions in the seminar, there was a huge reduction in the 90s, the first decade of high growth and economic growth in the century, but there was stagnation as of 2014, which agrees with what we have called the second lost decade of the region. So income inequality remains high with a Gini index of 0.4, while the richest 1% concentrates 33% of total wealth. Non-contributory social protection coverage has grown but is still insufficient to reach the entire vulnerable population.
contributivas que cubren el 31% de las personas de 65 años.
A positive development is the advance of these non-contributive pensions, which cover 31% of people aged 65 and over, and reduce poverty in old age by 14.3%. In health, we see segmented systems, not much prevention. By 2050, 19% of the population, 1 in 5 people, will be over 65 years of age, increasing the demand for social protection and healthcare. All these trends and gaps coexist with a fragile social institutional framework with limited capacities to cope with the magnitude of mandates and needs. That's what we see in recent numbers with the social panorama.
La segunda cumbre mundial sobre desarrollo social es una gran oportunidad.
In this scenario, the Second World Summit for Social Development should become an opportunity, as we at ECLAC have proposed to make progress on an inclusive social development pact. The contents proposed, not just the idea of pacts, but the contents. And I said this in my inaugural speech, 10 proposals that that include the following topics. I'm not going into detail, but I just want to remind you: eradication of poverty, reduction of inequality, expansion of universal, comprehensive, sustainable social protection systems, promotion of digital social protection, very important. It's new in terms of Copenhagen, because that was 30 years ago and we didn't have the digital transformation and artificial intelligence as we do now. Reducing gender inequality and promoting the care society, the promotion of labor inclusion in a context of contributory contributory aspects, and we also see it as a separate point, the context of productive development and policies with greater skill and ambition. Then the investment in education as an instrument of mobility for youth, advances towards universal health systems, the strengthening of pension systems in the face of accelerated aging of the population, and 10, mobilizing resources and multilateral cooperation for the financial sustainability of inclusive social development. These are 10 main topics. I read them very fast, but it is a very comprehensive agenda for these discussions on financing for development. So in the end, the debates for financing that the countries will hold next week in Seville can generate agreements that will possibly translate into very significant changes for millions of people in the region and the world, as Ms. Sanker mentioned. And this is a whole separate conversation at what it means, what will be achieved there, and how to interpret what we already know. Well, that will be the results, because we have the text that will most likely be adopted. In Copenhagen in 1995, the importance of social development as a central axis of the global agenda was consolidated. 30 years later, and despite significant progress, important structural challenges persist in the social sphere in Latin America and the Caribbean, and these interact, among other things, and they connect. And you can make direct relations between, like the possibility of maintaining democratic systems. If there is no compliance, no delivery of democracy with these systems in social terms to improve the quality of life of people, there is frustration, polarization, and a series of dystopian scenarios that are absolutely necessary for democratic life for Latin America and the world. In order to meet these challenges, a pact for inclusive social development is needed worldwide. It can be very powerful, very important, and continue inspiring us to continue to move forward. And these proposals, these 10 proposals, we know they cover a significant proportion, and they organize the conversation on priorities for the different countries. And the last thing I would like to say is that here at ECLAC, we are fully committed to build a more productive, inclusive result for the summit. We would like to discuss all this with the rest of the UN system to see what is the best way in which the UN can further contribute to make of this summit something that is alive, the core of the implementation of policies in this field. It will be very interesting to hear my colleagues from all these commissions on their reflections, to hear their perspectives for the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, for your reflections, your remarks, which focused on the role and social situation of Latin America and the Caribbean, and on what ECLAC has been doing in this global process with this proposal of advancing to a inclusive social pact on the way to the Second World Summit on Social Development.
We now will be hearing the words of Ms. Tatiana Molchan, Executive Secretary of the UNEC. Ms. Molchan, you have 10 minutes.
Privilege, and it's a pleasure to join you today in this event, even though remotely, as we are collectively for social development. And as we approach this landmark moment, 30 years, as we have noticed, since Copenhagen, and 80 years since the founding of the United Nations, we are, of course, reminded that the social dimension of sustainable development is not a secondary pillar. It is the foundation of the people's lives, their dignity, and their opportunity to live, and also to thrive. With the challenges and divisions facing us today, it may not seem intuitive, but we have in fact made great progress. Extreme poverty has declined, labor productivity has increased, social protection has expanded, but yet the picture remains sobering. 1 in 3 people worldwide lacks access to essential social protection, over a billion lives in multidimensional poverty. Inequality is rising in many dimensions, in incomes, in care responsibilities, and in digitalization. Children, older persons, persons with disabilities, the most vulnerable, still too often find themselves last in line. And these global challenges that many of you have mentioned already are echoed in the UNEC region, which stretches, as you know, from North America through Europe to Central Asia. And as you well know, this region is fragility. Rising inequalities again, demographic transitions, declining fertility rates, and labor market disruptions present deep structural concerns for the region. And in many cases, they intersect with conflict, displacement, and financial stress. With the high proportion of older persons, with the highest proportion of older persons worldwide, the region, our region, UNEC region, is at the forefront of global population aging. Almost 1 in 5 people is aged 65 or over today. And as we have looked at data, by 2050, it will be 1 person in 4. So the implication of this shift are profound, not only for labor markets and social protection system, but for how we value, care for, and include older persons in our societies. We have taken this challenge seriously at UNEC through our standing working group on aging. We support member states in developing active aging strategies, age-friendly environments, and sustainable long-term care system. One of our recent policy briefs on aging highlights a critical but often overlooked dimension, the mental health of older persons. Loneliness, depression, and anxiety affect a significant share of the older population in our region, and those with limited income. These challenges are not only personal, but structural. Addressing them requires a life course approach, integrated care, and a decisive break with ageist attitudes in policy and practice. We also know that the aging transition intersects with another defining challenge, the transformation of the work or world of work. Countries face shrinking labor forces alongside persistent skills mismatches and productivity gaps. Without policies that respond to these challenges effectively, these pressures will strain pension systems, widen inequalities, and hold back economic dynamism. But this is not a story of inevitable decline. It is a call to action and to opportunity, as my colleague has also mentioned, the Executive Secretary of ECLAG, José Manuel. Our latest policy brief on aging, as I have mentioned, co-produced with member states as a contribution to the summit preparation, showcases policy strategies for unlocking the potential of aging workforces through investment in longer working lives, combating ageist attitudes and discrimination. And evidence shows that countries can manage demographic change through inclusive labor market reform, stronger gender equality, and investment in the care system. Cooperation has a vital role to play. UNICE provides a platform where countries with very different starting points can learn from one another, exchange good practices, and develop common frameworks. We can learn from different models and approaches in Western Europe and Central Asia. And our regional work with member states supporting the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, now in its 5th cycle, continues to serve as a springboard for national reforms and multilateral dialogue. We recognize that technical cooperation alone is not enough. Financing for social development at all levels must be scaled up and reprioritized. Social protection is not a cost to be minimized, but an investment in resilience, productivity, and social cohesion. We support the vision for the World Summit Declaration for a renewed global social contract, a social contract that ensures universal access to social protection, decent work, and care through the life course. In this respect, we welcome the alignment between the World Summit ambitions and the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which will happen next week in Seville. We must use this convergence of agendas to push for greater fiscal space, especially in countries facing population public service. Dear colleagues, friends, based on this observation and this findings, in particular with the stronger focus from our 3 points or reflections that may help inform our collective path forward. First, aging is not just a demographic trend, it is a governance challenge that cuts across ministries, levels of governments, and sectors. So responding effectively requires policy coherence, long-term planning, and inclusive participation, including from all the persons themselves. The second point, one of the most dynamic sectors for inclusive growth, with the right investments that can reduce the gender gap and formalize informal work, as well as support families across generations. So it must be recognized as a critical institutional infrastructure in the same way we value physical infrastructure such as roads, schools, or hospitals. And the third and last point is that social development must be digitally enabled but not digitally divided. The promise of technology to expand access to services and empower individuals is immense, but only if we ensure connectivity, digital literacy, and ethical safeguards for all. With that, as we look ahead for the summit this November, we must carry forward a message of urgency, but also of opportunity and hope. The Copenhagen principles are not outdated. They are unfinished business that needs refreshing for current challenges. We now have the data and tools to deliver them, and our call is to move forward to generate this political will. We, together with all colleagues, stand ready, of course, to play our part in this process, supporting member states with policy advice, capacity building, and offering the platforms for exchange. Thank you so much for your attention, and coming closer to the summit, once again, it's a turning point, not just a commemoration of past promises. This is important. but really a commitment for our future generations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Ms. Molchan, for your great presentation and to present the perspective of the UNEC and your participation in this roundtable. With your presentation, of course, you are confirming the common diagnostics and proposals that will mean we will be able to move forward to inclusive development.
Hoy le doy la palabra a la señora Lin Chang, secretaria de Seguridad.
And now I would like to offer the floor to Ms. Ling Yang, Executive Secretary of the ESCAP.
Tiene la palabra hasta por 12 minutos.
Ms. Yang, you have the word and you have 20 minutes.
Dear Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished participants and colleagues, speaking this panel session and present representatives from the Asia-Pacific region. The United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNESCAP, has actively contributed to the preparatory process for the Second World Summit for Social Development. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, we have convened 2 consultations in collaboration. ILO, UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, and UN Women. This enabled us to gather diverse perspectives from governments, civil society, academia, and the development partners, and help us identify priorities and the policy a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for people in Asia and the Pacific. The Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development was to place people at the center, at the heart of development, with the poverty eradication, full and productive employment, and the social inclusion as its core pillars. Importantly, the consultations organized by ESCAP emphasized that this vision remains as relevant today as it was 3 decades ago. Perhaps given the complex and the intersecting, so our people continue to be faced with new and emerging challenges, with accounting for 58% of the global population. Asia and the Pacific is a region of immense diversity and scale. But our population in this region is projected to peak in 2051 and then decline thereafter. The number of over 65 is expected reaching almost 1 billion, present both challenges and opportunities. It calls for a renewed focus on intergenerational solidarity, long-term care system, and inclusive social protection system. Yeah, please, next slide. At the same time, poverty and inequality are on the rise for the first time in decades. The COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing cost of living crisis have reversed years of progress. In 2022 alone, an estimated 42 million people were pushed into extreme poverty and 156 million into moderate poverty. Income and wealth inequalities remain stark, with the Gini coefficient for wealth averaging 0.75 across the region. And next slide. In the following 2 slides, and we will see that climate change is also intensifying vulnerability. Many countries in our region face a high exposure very low coverage in social protection, meaning that a large share of the population is unprotected against the life cycle and other risks. Please, next slide. We can quickly also see the social protection coverage. Yeah, this shows the very, very low coverage in social protection. Next slide. Gender inequality development. Women in Asia and the Pacific are significantly underrepresented. And when they do participate, they are often confined to informal, low-paid, and precarious work. One of the most significant contributors to this inequality is the unequal burden of unpaid care and domestic work. In most countries in our region, women spend 2 to 5 times more hours on unpaid care than men. Next slide, please. While digital transformation offers immense potential for innovation and inclusion, it also introduces new risks. Digital device and education level. Women, the poor, and the less educated are less likely to access or benefit from digital technologies. Without targeted interventions, these gaps could worsen existing inequalities. Next slide, please. In response to this urgent and interconnected policies that are not only inclusive and transformative, but also forward-looking and resilient, our consultations have highlighted decisive action is needed. Number one, universal social protection and decent work. It coverage to include informal workers, gig economy workers, migrants, ensuring that no one is left behind. Developing innovative financing mechanisms to make social protection sustainable and responsive to emerging economic realities. And streamline social protection systems, enhancing fostering solidarity and addressing demographic shift. We shall adopt inclusive model of care and social protection aging population and the we shall ensure meaningful participation of women, youth, older in shaping social policies that affect their lives. And we shall invest in data-driven planning and intergenerational initiatives to create resilient communities that adapt to demographic transitions. So number 3, transforming the care economy for a more equitable future. Establishing comprehensive national care policies that recognize care as a critical part of economic and social development, integrating gender transformative and life cycle approaches, investing in care infrastructure through public-private access, affordability, and quality of services, recognizing the fair wages and the pathways to decent employment. Number 4, driving inclusive growth through strategic social investment. For example, align education and skills training with the labor market demands, particularly in emerging sectors such as digital economy and the green economy. Strengthen entrepreneurship and the leadership program and opportunities for youth, equipping them to drive sustainable and innovative change. Move beyond GDP as the sole measure of well-being indicators that guide governance and shape inclusive economic strategies. Excellencies, distinguished participants, regional commissions, including ASCAP, have a vital implementation and follow-up of the outcomes from the Second World Summit for Social Development. Several suggestions. Next slide, please. We propose building on existing mechanisms. We can leverage regional mandates and the frameworks already in place, such as Madrid's International Plan of Action on Aging, the Beijing Platform for Action, as well as the action plan to strengthen regional collaboration on social protection in Asia and the Pacific. In particular, regional commissions can facilitate regional review and appraisal, thus supporting national review processes. Such efforts could be carried out in close collaboration with other UN agencies, but led by the regional commissions to ensure this interdisciplinary and inclusive perspectives. Regional commissions also have existing structure in place through which we can promote wider and participation. It's essential that civil society and all relevant stakeholders are meaningfully engaged in both planning and evaluation processes. Their voices matter, and their contributions are invaluable. Already an important role of a regional commission is to support knowledge sharing. This includes promoting networking, share good practices, and providing technical assistance to member states. We will continue to analyze and summarize key findings and policy recommendations to guide the future action on social development. Providing inputs to the Economic and Social Council and other global platforms, we will continue to ensure that regional voices are heard and reflected in global processes. From Seville, Spain to Doha, Qatar, we believe that these two milestones in multilateralism as the United Nations celebrate its 80th anniversary. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señora Yang, por sus valiosos comentarios.
Thank you, Mrs. Yang, for your valuable comments on the road to the second summit on social development, as from the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and for participating in this roundtable of the regional commissions of the United Nations, especially when it's very late at night in Bangkok. Thank you very much, Mrs. Yang. Now, moving ahead with our roundtable, I would like to invite Mr. Abu Bakri Young, who is head of the cabinet of the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. Mr. Liu, you have the floor for 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, it's a great honor to join this timely and forward-looking roundtable. I wish to begin by extending my sincere appreciation to ECLAC and the organizer of this seminar on social development for creating this valuable platform for an interregional dialogue developed in Copenhagen. The world community is once again called to reaffirm development. But this time, this renewed commitment is contending with today's challenges of multiple overlapping crises marked by geopolitical tensions, climate disruptions, persistent inequalities, and constrained fiscal space. Africa's reality is sobering. As we speak, over 546 million people still live in poverty. Nearly 60% of the workforce is in vulnerable employment, and only 90% is covered by any form of social protection. It is far below the global average of 52. This situation is unacceptable and demands urgent actions. I hereby propose 5 priorities for your consideration. And we noted that first, we development at the heart of national planning and financing. Yes, African countries are aligned, aligning national development strategies with the Africa's Agenda 20. However, implementation remains uneven. What we need is people-centered budgeting, institutional accountability, and long-term investment in health, education, and education skills. In this regard, for instance, Rwanda's Vision 2050 and Cabo Verde's integrated social protection strategy offer a replicable model that can be adapted across the continent. Second, we must expand social protection systems to reach, like I mentioned, in Africa, it's really a big part of the population. Looking at youth, women, these categories are really left behind when it comes to social protection. While Africa has achieved a modest increase in coverage from 15.2% to 19.1%, the fact is that more than 80% of its population remain without the buffer of social protection. This is deeply troubling, especially in the face of the climate crisis affecting the continent. In this context, Morocco's expanding social security to 22 million people, notably informal and marginalized groups such as women, present a valuable blueprint for African nations. Third, we must reform the global financial architecture to create. It is simply unfair that African countries have to spend about 20% of government revenue servicing debt, more than other critical sectors. At the same time, access to concessional credit ratings often fail to reflect the context of developing economies. We need a new global pact that will prioritize financial justice and ensure that African countries, especially, can invest in their people without being trapped in unsustainable debt. Fourth, we must strengthen regional cooperation and knowledge sharing. Africa and Latin America share a number of common challenges ranging to climate vulnerability. Regional partnerships like the ECA-ECLAC dialogue must translate into co-developed solutions. For example, Ghana's e-health and youth skills initiatives and Brazil's Bolsa Familia provide cross-regional learning opportunities. Fifth, we must embed climate resilience into all dimensions of social development. In 2022, Africa suffered a staggering US $8 billion in climate-related damages, yet 3% of global climate finance. However, countries like Kenya are trying they are pioneering social protection linked to green jobs and disaster insurance, but it's not enough. We be scaled continent-wide, looking at what is working in one country and trying to replicate it in different countries. Colleagues, Excellencies, as we prepare for the Second World Social Summit for Social Development in Qatar, we must be united and purpose. We must be united in purpose, which is a place inclusive social development at the core of global progress. The global pact we seek must reflect our regional realities, reinforce in this collective journey. Regional institutions have a crucial role to play in translating global commitment into tangible results on the ground. And the Economic Commission for Africa remains fully committed to working with sister commissions and global forward-looking agenda for 2025. Too much is at stake to settle for anything less. I thank you for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias, señor Diao, por su participación y entregarnos la visión.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yao, and for providing us your vision on behalf of the Economic Commission for Africa on the road to the Second World Summit on Social Development, and for showing us the challenges that the African region has. Thank you very much. Now we would like to show you a video message prepared exclusively for this session by Mrs. Rola Dashti, Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Western Africa, whom we thank for being present in this international panel discussion. Go ahead with the video, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking ACLAC for the invitation to join this important seminar. Over the past few months, ASFA has worked with Arab governments and partners in preparation for the Second World Summit for Social Development. And here is the truth. Despite ambitious policies and programs, Arab low and middle income countries still fall short on poverty, social protection, employment, and inequality. Our conversation have underscored three messages. First, wars and conflicts are hindering inclusive social development. Second, without strong economies, we cannot build strong social systems. And third, poverty and inequality won't be addressed unless we keep up with shifts in demography, technology, and climate. Let's talk about conflict. Peace is backsliding. In 2024, we saw 56 armed conflicts worldwide, the most since the Second World War. In the region, more than 70 million people in 8 conflict countries needed humanitarian assistance. We must tackle the root causes of conflict and support de-escalation. The summit must uphold international law, push for the implementation of UN resolutions, and the protection of people in conflict-affected and occupied territories, and counter the weaponization of digital technologies. In fragile settings like Lebanon, Libya, Syria, and Yemen, ASQA brings people together through dialogue. We offer policy support that connects urgent needs with long-term recovery and institution building. Now let's talk about the economy. Decent insured jobs are lacking for both women and men. Unfair tax systems, corruption, illicit flows, and wasteful social spending are squeezing the required fiscal space. This is especially worrying for indebted countries. In 2023, the region's debt hit $1.6 trillion. By 2024, middle-income countries had to pay $40 billion in external debt servicing. Social development cannot be addressed without also addressing competitiveness and sound financial governance. The summit must call for better domestic resource mobilization and concessional financing. It must press for fairer tax rules, debt swaps for sustainable development, innovative financing, and debt relief during crisis. ASQA helps countries model their policies, looking at fiscal space, debt sustainability, and how to better target social spending. Finally, let's speak about technology and climate change. The Arab region is the only one where poverty is rising. Inequality in wealth is growing too in the poorest countries. This calls for smarter, more inclusive fiscal policies. We cannot bridge the gap without closing the digital divide. 154 million people in the region are offline, mostly in rural and remote areas, among women, youth, older persons, migrants, and persons with disabilities. Also, climate change is driving up poverty. 90% of our region's population lives in water-scarce countries, while droughts and climate shocks are increasing. The summit must call for investments in digital skills and for fair global digital governance. Every country, big or small, must be enabled to compete in the digital space. Climate action must be embedded in our social development policies. ASCO is staying ahead of the curve with data, foresight, and policy dialogue. We host the Arab Forum for Sustainable Development and for Equality. We promote the Arab Digital Agenda and help SMEs embrace the digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, the second World Summit on Social Development is a powerful moment to unite around a shared vision, forge strong partnerships, and take bold actions. Let's seize this moment. Thank you.
Agradecemos este mensaje la señora Rola Dachi, secretaria ejecutiva de la Comisión Económica y Social para Asia Occidental. Y finalmente en el cierre de esta mesa redonda, con las
We
cinco
close
comisiones
this
regionales
round
de
table
las Naciones
with
Unidas.
the United Nations. We'll offer the floor to Beyond Sanke for some final words.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to all the executive secretaries and representatives of the different regional commissions for your very important input. As I was listening, I had a few reflections. I thought I would share those to close our roundtable. First of all, I think what we've heard again reaffirms the importance of the Copenhagen agenda and again confirms what the member states have said, that we are not looking to replace what happened in Copenhagen. We are reaffirming the Copenhagen agenda, and then we are adding to it with more current challenges that have evolved since that time. Of course, it's the member states that will be making the decisions and adopting the outcome document of the Second World Summit of Social Development. But as a UN system, and as at the regional level and at other levels, we remain important partners in that process. And I also think what we've heard from the regions just underscore this. How important it is that the regional level is there to identify the progress, but also to identify gaps and challenges, to collect the data and to analyze it, to convene discussions, to have the platforms to bring member states together and identify challenges. And we've heard some common challenges across the different regions, but we've also heard, of course, how regions are slightly different and may need to tailor and adapt the outcome document of the social summit to their different needs. But what I have heard very powerfully is the importance of inclusive social development, the need to really reaffirm our commitment as a global community to inclusive social development, and how we as the UN system can help further these very, very important questions for humanity. There's one thing that remains on my mind, and that is the last part of the draft document. And that is the part that has to do with implementation. And I would really like to leave you with that thought, or really a challenge of, again, just making sure that the outcome document is progressive response to the needs and the gaps and the challenges that have been identified, but that we also, as a UN system, help to think about how we remain supportive of member states' implementation of those important commitments. Documents, it is important to get good and progressive agreement, but I would, again, go so far as to say they are not worth much unless they really create real change in communities and in people's lives. And we have elements of the UN system that are ready, and partners, not just in the Secretariat. We have specialized agencies, we have representatives at the country level, at the regional level, and at the global level, and of course, key partners in civil society and academia and other actors, that I think it would be good for us to think more about how do we make sure that once we have a progressive, good, solid agreement in November, that we are ready to make sure that we translate that into changes on the ground. So I will leave that little challenge with all of you. Thank you again. Thanks to ECLAC for convening us and putting the analysis in front of us and pushing us to make sure that we have a good progressive outcome document. And thanks also to the other regional commissions for all the important work that you've done to make sure that the second summit for social development is a success. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctor Sanquer, por sus palabras.
Thank you very much for your engagement this morning in this panel ICLAC, and we are right on time for the end of this roundtable discussion. So we'd like to thank especially all of the panelists from the 5 regional commissions for their valuable contributions. Thank you for sharing your thoughts about global and regional commitments and challenges and how to progress towards the second World Summit on Social Development. On behalf of ICLAC, we'd like to thank you for your participation, and we deeply value the important commitment and contribution of regional commissions and the Department of Social and Economic Affairs of the United Nations. The ideas shared today confirm the importance of building a global agenda regarding inclusive social development that includes the most urgent priorities of each region and will define shared commitments in this inter-region dialogue. So we thereby close this roundtable towards the second World Summit on Social Development. Thank you very much again for your commitment and presence, and for those of you who were here in the room and for those who have been connected online. A round of applause for all of you. You're kindly invited to stay for the next session that will start right away. It's a keynote address entitled Digital Inclusion, Progress and Obstacles to Inclusive Social Development, with the participation of Dr. Yong-Sung Hwang, President of the National Information Society of the Republic of Korea, and which will be chaired by Amalia Palma. She's Senior Research Assistant at ICLAC. Amalia, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Alberto.
Thank you, Alberto. Good morning, Executive Secretary, Undersecretary of DESA, Dr. Juan, colleagues, and all of you present. I'd like to welcome you to this the third day of the 5th seminar, regional seminar on social development, especially this time in the agenda where we are going to present our keynote, Digital Inclusion, Progress and Obstacles to Inclusive Social Development. When we talk about digital transformation, undoubtedly the future is digital. However, from ICLAC, we have underscored the fact that the present is already digital because it's urgent to address this transformation as a cross-cutting transformation in all areas of development, and therefore social inclusive development. The impacts of digital transformation have nuances that in highly unequal societies such as this region, it's absolutely urgent to discuss challenges and opportunities that the population is facing, which and that the digital transformation should not expand the existing gaps and therefore should be an opportunity to reduce inequality. The road towards the second World Summit on Social Development offers an opportunity to discuss these challenges, as it was mentioned by all the commissions. So promoting the priorities and needs of all the regions. Besides this process, this is aligned with global efforts such as the Summit of the Future. Without further, I'd like to offer the floor to our main speaker today. It is for us an honor to have Dr. Yong-Sung Hwang present here, who has took a long trip to be here once again. Thank you for being here, Dr. Hwang. Your visit is part of the work that we are doing here at ECLAC under the concept of strengthening links between education and the labor market through digital inclusion of the cooperation ECLAC Korea 2024 cooperation program. Dr. Hwang is president of the National Information Society Association in Korea since 2022. He's a specialist in information technologies with studies in political science, diplomacy, and a PhD in political economics, smart cities, the government 3.0, artificial intelligence, and big data, with publications in collaboration with the World Bank and the University of Seoul. He received the Dongbak Civil Merit Medal in 2016, and since 1995 has held various strategic roles at NIA, including Vice President of the Innovation Department and Executive Director of the Information and Planning. Dr. Hwang, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. If you could please show the presentation now.
Yeah. Muchas gracias. That's all I know. It's finished. Also, I'm not good. I am your kind understanding. So I'm from NIA. NIA is a kind of, so you can say it's a government think tank. We are not a part of government. We are established by the government, and also we work for government, but we are not public officials. So it's kind of government think tank. Also, we support financial and technical support to government ministries and public organizations. Sometimes we give our assistance to companies and industry, but it is unusual. We work for government and we develop a national strategy for any emerging technologies. So now we are working on artificial intelligence as other countries. So your NIA has some big achievement. So maybe the most famous one might be broadband internet. So it was NIA who first developed the internet idea in the mid-1990s, and then construct the world's first broadband internet at a national level. It was NIA. So and also we have worked on e-government development and big data. And also platform economy, smart city, many things. Today, I'm really happy to have the opportunity to introduce what we have done and we are doing for digital inclusion. So let me start with background. Korea, this slide shows kind of leapfrogging. Korea has made leapfrog 2 times. First one might be an industrial leapfrogging. So it was late 1970s. Korea developed many heavy industries, including car making or shipbuilding, semiconductor, many industries. We can say it is industrial leapfrogging. And then in the late 1990s, Korea made another digital leapfrogging. So as you can see, in 1995, the infrastructure and the ecosystem, the market was very underdeveloped. So only 3.4% of Korean people use internet, and then mobile users are also very small. But in 5 years, the number was increased very quickly. We can say it is kind of I can say this is kind of digital leapfrogging. I think the digital leapfrogging also now I can say it is AI leapfrogging. We now use the word AX, AI transformation. So I think digital or AI leapfrogging is possible in any country, even in developing countries. Yeah. As long as good strategy is in place, and as long as basic infrastructure and basic components are developed, then I think digital leapfrogging is possible in any country. And this slide summarizes the history of Korea's digital leapfrogging. On 1987 is a very important year in Korea. So that year was the year the digital journey started in Korea. And also that year, our agency, NIA, was established as a think tank. So ours originally, our English name was NCA, National Computerization Agency. So we have three bodies. One is NCA, the other one is NCB, NCC, National Computerization Agency, Bureau, and Center. So now NCC is data center. So many countries have an NCC, and Bureau. So it's kind of governance that lead the whole policy and national initiatives is moved, and we are agency. So actually, so in 1987, the Korea government established NCABC, yeah, for the digital journey. So digital leapfrogging started in mid 1990s, actually late 1990s, but the preparation has been made long before the digital leapfrogging. So you know what? It was 1969. The Korean government targeted semiconductor industry as a growth engine. Korea's economic growth engine. So it was 1969. The Korean government passed a special law to give us assistance, financial and so other government assistance to semiconductor industry. So we have Korea has long history, long time of preparation to make the kind of digital leapfrogging. And then, so digital technology has been changing several times. Paradigm changes now AI. But in the beginning, we started with making database for for national management. So residential database, land database, bank database. So many main databases. The first 10 years we spent to build a key database for digital for making the country as digital country, digital nation. And then the next 10 years, so since 1995, the focus has shifted to online service, because we have now we have a basic database. So the next step and next task is to move the process from offline to online. So at the time was internet era. So we did that, and then we achieved many things. So, for instance, e-government. Korea's e-government began to be ranked the world first in the early 2000s. So that is the key performance in the second phase, and then around the 2010. So another challenge. So data is quite different from ICT. ICT is about software, hardware, network. Data is different from ICT. So that means that our agency and our policy and our focus has moved from ICT to data. Yes. So my colleagues, it is my colleagues' pattern that when they become kind of expert in one technology, then suddenly they face new technology and they start to learn the new technology. Is our pattern of our work. And then 2010 and data-driven become our main focus. And then so now AI is the big concern. So today, many speakers discussed. So AI and digital so becomes so critical, and so the right to use this technology is so much so important. So this is some examples. So I think you can so experience, you can so agree with those things. So kiosk is a very big issue in Korea right now, and also so many as many technology began to use smart technologies. So people who was good at the traditional technology, suddenly they find themselves they are lost. They are unable to use new technology. It is very fast moving so area. So now we are live in digital era. So without digital capability or this without digital capability and the digital accessibility, people no one can live in this world. But the situation is very, so how to say, very challenging because so digital technology is being replaced by more powerful and more so advanced technology. But so we that line. The line shows the digital divide. We started measure the digital divide since 2004. So we set the average people's digital capability to 100%, and then we survey so handicapped people and with those who left behind, those people's this capability we measure. And then when we first measure in 2004, those who left behind shows 45%. So that there's a big gap. Average people 100%, and then those people, the elderly people or people with disability and the poor people shows just the 45% of capability. But the gap continued to narrow. But we found that at some point it stopped at around 75 to 77%. So it increased. It keep on increase, but suddenly it's stopped. So we realized in order to increase it beyond that level, we need a special measure or a different approach. So I will end my presentation with what approach we are now so preparing. And then AI so creates so another digital gap, another divide. So in Korea, so older generation, old people use AI much less compared to young people. And on your right hand side, there's a survey in UK, and so also so income income affect the usage rate a lot. So that is the current situation. Then what we done for so our history of digital inclusion, I can say we started digital inclusion efforts very much earlier than digital leapfrogging. So the character is also small, but we started digital divide policy in 1984. 1984. So I said Korea's digital leapfrogging started in 1995. Then in 1984, so we have very sort of bad infrastructure ecosystem, bad infrastructure in poor users to markets. We started digital divide policy. So nonsense. Because no one is active users. There is very few active users, but we started the digital inclusion divide. That's why, because we thought, the Korean government thought, in order to make digital development, so national base was participation was awareness of Korean people is very essential. Then so we started to make people aware the importance of digital technology and what the future will look like. So we kind of mindset change. We did that first in 1984, and then as infrastructure developed and as new as systems, so digital services added, so we increased we step up our effort for bridge digital divide. So as time goes on. And then I'd like to highlight that the Korean government take also a shift in their approach to digital inclusion. So before 2020, our digital inclusion policy was focused on those who left behind. So weak group. Only weak group. But after 2020, our digital inclusion focused on all Korean people, not just the left behind, all Korean people. So there are several reasons, but most important one is that digital inclusion is not a matter whether this one can use digital technology computer or not. So more importantly, digital inclusion is about whether these people make the best of digital technology, not just use, so get real benefit. Real benefit from digital technology is key. So now, we changed our approach to digital inclusion. So any people can receive special support when they think they have some they need more knowledge or they need more support to use this technology well. That is our sort of changing in our strategy. I'd like to introduce some cases we have done for digital inclusion. So smart risk centers. In Korean, that project name is, so I have to say, good, very nice. But in English, I think it's a little strange. But anyway, this program is to help someone over dependent on digital technology. So still, this is a very important program by NIA. But in this case, we need to think of one thing. What is digital inclusion? Digital inclusion is only to include from out of digital space, but digital inclusion also means include those who are dependent on digital technology into normal social life. So digital inclusion should be bi-directional. So bring people out of the digital space? No. Bring also bring people from digital space to very normal life. That is key issue. And then the needs, the demand has been increased recently. So we set up regional center to help people reduce over dependence on digital technology across the country. Second one is to help disabled people to use digital technology. Is kind of a communication relay center. So someone who can speak or who can hear can call us. Then there's some staff who can use sign language, and then sign language those people link link their communication to shop or the restaurant, or order food. And recently, we link our service to 911, 911 and the police. And so those some group. So we now have some group in place who are very dependent on our service. That is another program. But those programs started in the beginning phase of the digital inclusion policy. And then next, Korea moved its focus on helping people to developing infrastructure to bridge the gap, so infrastructure layer. So the first thing is public Wi-Fi and the rural area communication. So public Wi-Fi is so we can find public Wi-Fi everywhere now in the world. And then we also provide the Wi-Fi to all school classroom. So previously, we thought providing Wi-Fi in the classroom might bring bad effect. So because young people are over dependent on smart technology. So we was very cautious. But in order to encourage a classroom to use more and more digital technologies, then there's only way to provide Wi-Fi in a classroom, and at the same time we also provide tablet to student. So then now the students and teachers use digital technology in their in class. And then another big project is rural broadband program. So in Korea, so around 2004, 2002 or 2004, broadband internet coverage, so almost we covered the whole country. But there are some the remote rural area in island. It was big headaches. So government, central government and local government and telcos, telecom service providers. They are matched. They do matching together, and then begin to provide broadband internet to those areas. So the project ended almost 10 years ago. So that means that we complete providing broadband internet to rural and any area. So almost 10 years ago, we just upgrade. So 1 giga. Still we continue the project, but it's not for expanding our coverage, but for upgrading our service to 1 giga or higher. And then so such rural infrastructure is critical. So as you know, infrastructure is very important because it lower the price of technology. Without such infrastructure, so farmers or people in rural areas have to pay big money, spend big money to use any digital services. So the infrastructure is so much important. So I think why I think infrastructure is the starting point of any digital inclusion. And this full wireless network, so I already explained. And then we are now upgrade the speed of Wi-Fi because the Korea government is now developing AI-based textbook. There are some people actually object that idea using AI textbook because over dependency is a problem. So if we start to use AI textbook, then it will make students more and much more dependent on digital device. But I think it's nonsense. So if I think that 2 days ago, this point, if we can make students to be addicted to AI textbook, then it is a good thing. If they spend most of their time to read AI textbook, but that doesn't happen. Actually, that doesn't happen. But anyway, so even though there's actually at the moment a debate, but we began to invest in upgrading school digital infrastructure higher. So and we think before long, schools also use robotics for security reasons and for educational tool and many things. So kind of preparation for robotics usage into school, we upgrade that school system. It actually needs huge money, but we think it is a high priority. And recently, we started a digital learning center. So as I said, so now our focus of digital inclusion is onto the all Korean people. So digital learning center. So in practice, mostly elderly people or other disadvantaged people use the center, but anyone can go to the center and then receive support from by them. And the kiosk accessibility is another challenging. So I'm going to end my presentation with a new approach to digital inclusion. That is, make technology easy. It's changing. So far, technology has been difficult. As new technology coming up, so technology become more and more difficult to learn, tricky. So traditional policy is to make people learn how to use such difficult technology. But we changing our approach. So no. No, it's not the things that should be changed is not people. Things that should be changed is technology. So now it's time to make technology easy. So kiosk is one a very good example. So many people, even young people, tells us to our survey that young people experience difficulty in using kiosk because they are very accustomed to using smartphone. So when they face McDonald's, so they kiosk, young people, so middle-aged people are very good at using kiosk. So kiosk, for kiosk, we provide training opportunity. We also developed emulation. Emulation. So practice how to order McDonald's, Burger King, and how to get money from ATM machine. So that we have emulation. But still, we push people to learn new technology. So what we did from 2 years ago is to develop new UI platform. UI platform that enable disabled people to use, so who cannot see or something, disabled people use our any kiosk. Also, the process is very simple and clear, and then no one so lost in there's a transaction. So we develop a UI, and then we distribute that UI to the all kiosk. And then government have a policy, give some priority to kiosk adopted our UI when they procure kiosk. That is new policy. And for global digital inclusion, our agency is running some program. One is AIDC, AI Development Center, provide 3 key components. One is GPU server. The other one is AI training data. And the third one is matching program. So based on the demand from hosting countries, we match experts in Korea or this company in Korea who developed the AI, so relating the AI service. So so far we have built 3 AI DC, but we so now prepare the opening in several countries. And then DGCC, we provide the technical support. So NIA provided, just like NIA provide our technical service to Korean government, DGCC provide our service to hosting government of hosting countries. And then we also invite officials from developing countries. And then 2 years ago, 2003 to 2023, the Korean government declare digital bill of rights. Digital bill of rights. So it's just a declaration in 2023. Declaration that the digital should be the basic right of all Korean people. So this shows basic principles of digital bill of rights, and then develop the 20 policy. But I'm going to skip because we have a more important event, that is this one, Digital Inclusion Act. The digital bill of rights is just the declaration, but not in July 2025, December 2024, the Korean government, the Korean National Assembly passed Digital Inclusion Act. It is the first of its kind, first act that made digital right as the basic right of all Korean people, and then ensure digital right as the key government responsibility. So this is the first act. In fact, there has been a worry from industry side because digital inclusion might be a big burden for companies, and then this act might make them so spend some extra money, something like that. But last year, so the resistance was not so strong as we worried. So we still have so good relation with the industry for digital inclusion act. So Digital Inclusion Act have many features. So first, this act require this act require comprehensive planning. But anyway, Digital Inclusion Act provide legal ground for government to lead each government agencies on the one hand, also lead the private sector for the purpose of digital inclusion. And then impact assessment is one of very important tool. So it is not mandatory. It is just at the moment it's just a recommendation. But government or so private companies should recommend it to do impact analysis when they introduce new service, new digital service or new AI service. So at the moment it is a recommendation. But we think if necessary, it will become mandatory because we have now legal cases, and then so also this act provides some so to say platforms that link government and private sector together to work together to make them work together for digital inclusion. And third one is so provides what kind of support should be provided to the Korean people, something like that. I'm going to share this slide here. And then, so development of industry and digital inclusion. So that is another point. In order to ensure digital inclusion, there must be some kind of ecosystem, industry based. So, for instance, not only for disabled people, but there are some, for instance, AI. So AI service will be developed for those who can spend big money. Or AI service will be developed for so big cities, but small city, rural areas cannot use this AI service because some companies want to develop such a service in those areas, the rural areas, or for so elderly people or poor people. So this industry this aspect, this law provides a legal ground that government can support industry when those company or industry do some invest or do some work for the digital inclusion purpose work, something, and then that I think that is quite a critical aspect of also our Digital Inclusion Act, and then it is this act will be I can eat them there. So I'm going to close my presentation because it's the time is almost run out. And then think about what I want to say is the relationship between human and technology. Human and technology. So as I said, so it is the responsibility of each individual to know how to use the technology. But so now we are living in, we are now entering into a new era. So don't actually so designed and operated by technology. So in such a case, so if we still think it is the duty of its users to use the technology in the right way, so it's a nonsense. So it's time to deal with. It's time to make technology to work for human. So that is the thing I'd like to stress. I'd like to highlight before the end my presentation. So very proactive. So far, our approach to digital inclusion can be said is responsive, but proactively, so make plan and develop technology in a way that help the people to use the technology for there's benefit. There's purpose. Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang, for your presentation and for being such a good timekeeper. I don't know what to highlight from your presentation. I believe that we are all astounded by Korean progress, by your whole process, but by all the work that you have undertaken, which has been fundamental for the implementation of the digital transformation. Undoubtedly, I believe that your last message needs to be highlighted in terms of how to advance towards technological development focused on people, on human beings, so that technology at the end of the day is an instrument to improve the well-being of the population, and that that technology responds to that. In other words, technology is called upon to change and not people. So how technological development enables the whole population to achieve better well-being without it becoming without this becoming a technological competition between countries in order to benefit from the power of data.
No, tenemos 3 minutos.
Let's see, we still have 3 minutes. I don't know if anyone has a question for Dr. Huang, something very, very specific before we go to a coffee break. Because if not, let's see, Naomi, please.
Bueno, yo quiero felicitar al
I
senador.
would like to congratulate Dr. Young for his extraordinary presentation. Korea is a great friend of the Dominican government and especially of our program Superate, whereby we developed a strategy hand in hand with COICA. We congratulate you for your support and we invite you to continue to collaborate with us. The strategies presented today are truly inspiring and they highlight our vision, which means that we have to definitely adapt technology to people and not the other way around. I would like to specifically ask how you are working with the countries that you mentioned, whether you have conducted some type of prior evaluation or assessment of those governments, and what the reaction has been. And secondly, I would also like to ask you which you feel are the major challenges faced by Latin America and the Caribbean on the road towards the adaptation to artificial intelligence. Thank you.
The second question first. So I think so. Yesterday we had this kind of discussion with the Sebastian and the division team. The biggest challenge must be data. Data is very key, is key. I'm going to share my sort of personal experience. So we are supporting many developing countries to have a good digital policy and initiatives. So recently we propose data collaboration. We want to help so each country is to develop so key data, local data. So that is our purpose. But response was very disappointing. So that they didn't show some country, other country show very their response was very very weak. They don't show any interesting in our purpose. I didn't know the reason why, but I found that so global companies actually provide money to help countries to establish a data center and to develop local data, create local data to bring money. So it is global tech. Global tech needs data, many local data. So they invest in that area. But from also country hosting side, it increased the risk to lose their sovereignty over their data, and it is very critical. So I think we don't need to worry about the AI model or AI export or the GPU server. So maybe even though country or certain countries so a little behind other countries, then they can catch up if they have enough data, good data. They can catch up anytime. But if they don't have data, then it is impossible to catch up. So the dependence on anyone who have data will be increased will increase in the future. So for I think Latin America, especially for the digital inclusion, not this time, but in the future. So I think that the focus should be on the data aspect. That one. Second, infrastructure. I think so. I explained that Korea's effort to provide broadband, the internet to rural area, everything. There was a big debate. It's economical. It's efficiency. It makes sense. But so from a market mechanism perspective, so it is nonsense. But we did. We provide so the same quality infrastructure to everywhere. Big money. Those infrastructure so actually is instrumental to bridging the gap. Without infrastructure, I think, without infrastructure, digital inclusion. The technology is not everything for digital inclusion. Without technology, digital inclusion cannot be achieved. So, and then without infrastructure, so it's nothing. So that's what I would say. And then evaluation, so when we provide support to developing countries, you mean we did some evaluation with
Some of the projects that you were presenting throughout your slides, you presented some other countries you were supporting,
Yeah.
but in general, I get the idea of the basic steps that you're.
Oh yeah, there's a process we offer there's, all countries to show their intention, and then even the Dominican countries there's a channel we do survey and then receive a survey and then so several ministries so work together to select to make it a priority. And then we discuss.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Juan.
Thank you, Dr. Juan and Naomi, for the comments and questions. We'll stop the session here. We're all kindly invited to a coffee break. We'll stop the session here. We are kindly invited to a coffee break. Next, digital transformation and inclusive social development, opportunities and development for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you all.
Ay, por favor, gracias.
Buenos días, señora María Alejandra Menaldo. ¿Nos escucha? Vimos que está conectada. Queremos ver si nos puede escuchar bien. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días.
Hola.
Perfecto, la escuchamos muy bien, pero ¿puede compartir su pantalla para verificar que la podamos ver bien también? Sí. Ah, perfecto. La vemos perfectamente. Bueno, pues vamos a empezar en unos minutitos. Así que pues ya es muy bueno saber que ya está conectado. Gracias. Señora María Alejandra Menaldo, me faltó preguntarle si tiene una presentación y la quiere compartir o solamente eh, va a ser una intervención. Oral. Perfecto. Gracias.
Buenos días a todos y todas. Les damos la bienvenida al quinto panel del seminario.
Good morning and welcome to this seminar, Opportunities and Challenges for Inclusion in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to greet all of our panelists and Vice Minister of Guatemala that will be connected virtually. I want to thank you for your participation and everybody here in the room and those that are connected virtually. This panel, same as our presentation today, is part of the promotion events, which is proposed strengthening the links between education and the labor market through labor inclusion with Korea ICLAC cooperation program. In this instance, we will be discussing about the main opportunities and difficulties that the population is approaching, especially the vulnerability population, given the situation of the region, and how this inequality is understood in the digital world. We will also be thinking about the challenges of the public policies that arise in this context, with a focus in the digital strategies that allow for this transformation, not deepening the divide that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. The panel will be lasting 90 minutes, and we will first have 3 presentations. Our panelists will be Amalia Palma, the Higher Research Assistant in ICLAC, Sebastián Rovira, Economic Affairs Officer of ICLAC, and Ellen Helsper, the Professor of Digital Inequalities of the London School of Economics and Director of Postgraduate Studies from the same organization. While they are presenting, I will be introducing them in more detail. After this presentation, we will hear the comments of Maria Alejandra Menaldo, Vice Minister of Policy Planning and Assessment of Guatemala, and she is virtually connected with us. If the time frame is able to provide us some time, we will receive some comments and questions from the participants and those that are online. Without further ado, and given the time that we have, will be presented by Ms. Amalia Palma. And as mentioned, she is the research assistant of ICLAC economist in Latin from Chile, and she has also a degree in political science. She has been working in different areas in social development, has been working in social inclusion, and she's the expert in this area from the division. Her experience is centered in the different political aspects of public expenditure, nutritional policies, and the policies for reducing the digital divide. Amalia, you have the floor, and you have 15 minutes. Thank you, Mariana. Good morning. As well mentioned by Mariana, I would like to again thank the support that we are able to work in this area and for the division to be doing research in these areas. What I will be introducing is a first discussion on inequality, which is what gathers us here throughout these days of the seminar, as well as digital inclusion. The structure of this presentation, I will be presenting some ideas on how these two concepts are related as in an increasing regional challenge. I will be then showing some indicators expressing the differences that exist in the region in digital inclusion to be able to finish with some final thoughts. In this section, I first have some thoughts and talk about the relationship that is related to this area, and we have social digital protection, where we present a proposal on digital inclusion and the relevance it has for the inclusive development. One of the recommendations, as well mentioned by the Executive Secretary, we have included in the document toward the summit, which is to move forward in social digital protection. Under this perspective of inclusion in this context of the work, it is looking for the deepening in this concept of inequality and others, and how to accept this change of paradigm of the digital area and accept the existing divide. A first perspective of this digital inclusion is, as well as this, is talking about the main elements of the socioeconomic elements of people. It also talks about exercising these rights in the area as discussed these days, and probably will be presented by the panelists that we have here with us, especially for those of you here. That line separating the digital and analogic aspects is quite thin, and we cannot pull it out of daily lives of people. Therefore, we have to be taking into account the impacts of this transformation as it is not being used by the whole of the population. In this graph, in this diagram, what we are trying to do is to link the digital world and the analogic world. So in the analogical or digital world, as expressed by the presentation this morning, and probably our colleague Sebastian will present as significant connectivity, there are certain characteristics that are necessary to be able to be part of the digital world. And of course, we have infrastructure as a first step to be able to have access to a computer, to the different mobiles and others, that this connectivity will be available, would be good quality, and be motivated to access and move towards the digital aspect, and also to have the skills. And together with the participation in the digital world means that this goes towards significant connectivity, which is a main element that Sebastian later on will be presenting much clearly about all these topics. This connectivity will mean a result, an impact in social inclusion. As already mentioned, we know that it is very clear for us that the impact of technology can have in the labor world. There is also impact in the social environment, which are all influenced by the matrix of social inequality. Therefore, once we are able to have access, we have to ask ourselves, what do we do in the digital world? How this is translated into well-being of people. So it is important to express that public policy and digital inclusion be a means to be able to have social inclusion and it not become an obstacle. And just to see this relationship of digital inclusion together with inequality, we have tried to see it from the social inclusive perspective and the matrix of the social inclusion. And here we see the different dimensions as how they're crossed by inequality. When we see how transformation is affecting these areas, we see the different areas of social development and the structural pillars from the perspective of this matrix. Why? Because digitization and transformation is a tool that can make efficient the services provided by the digital aspects, as we have seen in education and health, even in labor. But at the same time, this goes together with the structural aspects of inequality, because this becomes factors that can exclude the population in trying to reach these opportunities and benefits that digital transformation have. What we're expressing is that there's a bilateral relationship in digital inclusion and inequality. On one hand, digital inclusion can become an opportunity to reduce existing inequality and reduce the existing gaps. First, from the possibility that exists from social services be more efficient in the use of opportunities of digitization, as well as with the labor opportunities provided by digital transformation and the increase in productivity. But this can also have a negative impact in terms that the use of the digital opportunities is being affected by structural access. And something that we are asking ourselves is the relationship between inequality and the digital inclusion has a perspective that can be seen from access to digital technologies, but also to the outputs and the results obtained in well-being. There are inequalities in access, use, skills. It is the inequality of resources to be part of this digital world, but also there can be inequality in the results, which finally affects the inequality in this area. So it is the responsibility of public policy to see that these results will not increase the gaps that exist already, but also to reduce the divide and be able to make use of these opportunities.
Y en este sentido, queremos destacar que desde el sector
We then would like to highlight that from the social perspective in the literature and what has been presented, we need to take into account that there are factors that can increase in this area, and we need to take into account in this area. First, data protection and the right to information, where we have been discussing it within the region and the countries, the importance to respect the information that we have available from the public services of the population and to respect the rights to private information, the right to use the digital or analogic means. This has been a discussion that we're continuously having. We, even with Ellen, we have talked about this, where the progress of digital transformation should allow me to have the right to disconnect myself. To be online has to be a decision. We should not be forced to be in this digital world. It is necessary to, of course, be dealing with the significant connectivity, and Sebastian will be talking about this a little more, but undoubtedly with IA and the public policies, we have to make sure that the algorithms do not have the biases given the data that they're obtaining right now, which is something that was briefly mentioned by Dr. Huang. And this is something we have to pay attention to. I would now like to talk about the data of digital inclusion and inequality, and I will present this perspective from access. Unfortunately, we have very few studies and we have not found enough information in the region about the impact that well-being can have in this area. We will first see, and to have digital inclusion, we have to make sure that the access is effective, that this digital inclusion will allow everybody to make use of this opportunity. For the analysis, I will be using the household surveys that we have here available at ICLAC. And we took some of the questions that exist from that survey just to see how these variables are affecting the access and how they are causing the structural axis of inequality. For connectivity, I will be using internet access at home. For skills, the self-perception of digital competence, and this does not come from the household survey, but a study that was done here by Mariana Pablo and Daniela Trucco from the PISA study 2022. For motivation, I will be used the variable internet use that are available in 7 of the household surveys of the region. And for active participation, I will use another source, which is Latino Barometro, where we will be seeing a graph in which we will be seeing digital purchases for 2025. The very first aspect is this graph that is showing connectivity allows to see what is happening with the access, the gap or divide in the countries in the last years. We can see that the regional average, in this case, the last bar in green, which is showing the regional axis, is hiding the differences that exist in the countries where this graph is specifically showing the households with internet access from the lowest area to the highest income group. It's the fifth group.
Argentina and Chile are the countries with the smallest difference in this indicator. On the other extreme, we find Paraguay, where we have a tremendous connectivity difference between households in the first and fifth quintile. And we have already discussed this with the Vice Minister here. There is an issue related to infrastructure, which is much more scarce in areas that are distant from urban areas than we have in Mexico, Colombia, and others where this is difference is greater than 40%. So that is quite a high percentage. And I want to make this reference. We can question the indicators, but this is a first possibility that enables us to view the use. And what we can see on this graph is that as access is related to income level, which is the autonomous quintile, income quintiles, it also impacts usage. And what this graph shows are the people that use internet per poverty. Because of situational poverty in Argentina, the gap is enormous. So the proportion of people living in extreme poverty and in poverty, not extreme, is quite much smaller compared to that population which is not poor. This undoubtedly beyond access to connection, as we have seen, having this possibility of having Wi-Fi or mobile access, the use of internet, having an active online digital participation is a gap that is present in countries of the region. Secondly, this shows the same gap in terms of age. We have recently, well, Dr. Juan, for example, mentioned their approach or their focus on the older population. And in all countries, the use of internet is concentrated in the 15 to 59 year age group. The population that uses internet less, than is less connected to internet, is the population which is older than 60 years. And one could say, okay, they're not connected right now, they don't have that motivation, but what happens when we are promoting digital governments? In fact, during the pandemic, and we have analyzed this and discussed this with our colleagues from social protection, many countries moved their transfers to the digital world with the provision of benefits via banks or via mobile apps. So what happens with this population that does not have the knowledge for digital procedures and so on? What do we do? Do we leave them out, or how do we cater for this low proportion of usage in the region on the part of the older population?
Es que no estoy, no. Me lo puse más tarde en tiempo, entonces voy pilla. Ya, me queda poco en todo caso. En esta lámina me gustó mucho.
I really like this information. In general terms, there are more surveys that show the use and the participation of population in internet, and there's fewer of these at a government level. This is something that we have analyzed with our colleagues from the Productive Development Division. We have little data about this, about what people are actually doing in internet, and generally the surveys that do exist, there are surveys for boys, girls, and teenagers by the Kids Online, which is a survey conducted in many countries of the region. However, they are all devoted to the social media, to entertainment. What has increased is the number of boys and girls that declare that they do their homework online. But this data shows that, for example, an activity much more closely related to productivity, or at least with other types of activities, which is to buy products or services via electronic means, is less. The country where there is less proportion, a smaller proportion of the population in our region is in around 40%, is Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay. which are the countries that have more advance in terms of access and technological development and access to it. When we talk about the digital inclusion, the digital inclusion implies that the population must gain access, must be able to gain access to this, but also that there are activities that are done online, and not only the social media. I'm not going to question social media, that's okay, but this activity cannot only be limited to entertainment or socializing. If we want productive development, what we also need is information with regards to possibilities and also the provision of tools so that the population can gain access to this type of activity. Finally, when it comes to competencies or skills, digital skills. So this graph shows the results in 7 countries of the region based on the PISA 22 study, the OECD PISA 22 study. And this shows how skills are unequally distributed. The first part of the graph shows the self-perception of digital skills in teenagers aged 15 in the region, and how there is a clear difference in accordance with the different socioeconomic levels. I am running very late, and I'll move on to my final comments. I believe that this is a summary of what I have already presented. These indicators clearly show that there is a social digital inclusion, access to the digital world, a digital connectivity, which is strongly hit by inequalities. And therefore, we must deal with that as through public policies. And we believe that it is necessary to advance, first of all, in digital social protection to ensure that we benefit from the opportunities. And in that sense, I would like to underscore that in general terms, the digital transformation in accordance with us is a new risk, and it can become a new risk for the population, not only in labor terms, but also but also for citizens as a whole. And therefore, we must have instruments in place to deal with that aspect. We must make sure that digitalization cannot exclude population living in vulnerability. We need to promote digital inclusion policies to the extent that this is a new risk, the reconfiguration of social protection risks. We need to develop intersectoral policies where we not only deal with infrastructure, but also the need to advance in quality use, motivation, and the opportunities of being online, to advance in policies to protect information rights and privacy of data of the population, and to promote formal and informal training in digital skills at all ages. And before I end, and to conclude, we need to advance in the reduction of inequality in the region, and that is linked to finding an answer to the opportunities and challenges implicit in the digital transformation, where digital social protection is a key tool as from the prospect of inclusive social development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Amalia, for your presentation. You did indeed overstep your time, but only by a few minutes. Especially, I would like to highlight the emphasis that you made on the relationship between social, digital inclusion, and inequality, showing data on economic and age-related inequalities that are present in this access. And also for providing us a definition of digital inclusion as a full right of social, economic, and cultural rights in a digital world, ensuring the participation of the whole population when it comes to these opportunities. You mentioned that digital inclusion is a key aspect in enabling social inclusion and labor inclusion, and that means that it is relevant to ensure significant connectivity for the whole population and dealing with the social inequalities that are produced within this context, to ensure that the digital transformation, as you mentioned, is a means and not an obstacle for inclusive social development. Now we'll move on to the presentation by Sebastián Rovira. Sebastián Rovira is an economic affairs officer at ECLAC. He is an expert on innovation and technological change issues, and his main lines of research is economic development, innovation, industrial dynamics, and IT. ITCs, distribution of income, structural changes and innovation and productive development policies for developing countries and especially for Latin America and the Caribbean. Sebastian, you have the floor. Thank you, Mariana. And first of all, I would like to thank the Social Development Division for inviting our own Productive Development Division, because despite the fact that we look at different issues, when it comes to the digital transformation, we share many elements. And for some time now, we have been working jointly around these aspects. And that is an example that we often quote, the link between different dimensions. And this is a very concrete and evident case of the relevance and importance that the work has within our institution. And undoubtedly, in countries of the region, there are many institutions and governments that work with these cross-cutting issues, issue which is digital transformation. I would like to focus on the issue of this session, which is what we can do in order to make headway with this idea, not only with this idea, but with this reality of significant connectivity for the Latin American and Caribbean region. I'll try to be on time. I have put my watch there so that I can be aware of how much time I have. The idea is to very briefly show you how the work that we are conducting in the significant connectivity work that we're doing, how that fits with the regional agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean within the region. We have a digital transformation and society of information agenda, which is called ELAC, a shorter and more sexy name for that. But the ELAC 2026 agenda is already in place, and we have had this regional agenda for 20 years now. And what we do basically here is to mention the objectives and instruments. Every 2 years we review this agenda, we adjust the objectives and instruments. And the idea is for this not only to be a political agenda, enabling the positioning of issues from our region looking outwards, but also helping countries to position issues in-house and to place the digital issue within the agenda, with the development agenda in countries. At present, this agenda is organized into three main pillars. One has to do with the idea of the relevance that the digital transformation has for productive development. Another one related to the possibility implicit in this for well-being, and the third one is the link between the digital transformation and the state, everything that is related to public policies and the digital transformation. There are three horizontal aspects that are cross-cutting for this agenda, and those are enabling axes. One has to do with significant connectivity and digital infrastructure, which is what we're going to focus on during this presentation. A second enabler, fundamental enabler, has to do with governance and digital security. The expert from Korea talked about data governance and the relevance of data. And we say, well, in the past, we used to speak about a digital economy or the digital society. And the expert said, despite the fact that we were moving from ICTs to data, we actually moved from digitalization to the to algorithms, and that has to do with the relevance of data and information in order to respond to the needs that people have and that are increasingly relevant. In the case of the region, there are some question marks and challenges related to the fact that we have not been able to resolve many of the issues linked to digitalization, and we're already talking about the prevalence of algorithms and how we incorporated this data that we're unable to collect because many of the people that cannot gain access or don't use the digital transformation are left out or somewhat excluded from how we are thinking the policies that will respond to this, considering data that do not form part of this economy or of this society of data today. And finally, a third enabling enabler has to do with the possibilities presented by the new revolution, so to speak, linked to artificial intelligence and the emerging technologies from the viewpoint of development and sustainability. Some of the elements that we use for the implementation of this agenda, because these, despite the fact that these agendas are simplified in three major pillars with three enablers. So what we seek is how we can accelerate the digital transformation, but this digital transformation in this process must undoubtedly include all people, and we not only thinking at a general level. What we will do is to consider several socioeconomic and geographic aspects in our region.
And that must also help in this transformation. It's not just about using the technology, but also it should help us transform society's economy in terms of where we want to go. As we said briefly, these major instruments that we use for implementing the agenda. One of them is the Digital Transformation Laboratory. Much of this presentation is based on that information. Where a few years ago, in the division, we had an initiative called the ORBA, which was the Broadband Observatory. With the progress of digital transformation, we can not only stay in that context of understanding how we are connecting, but we need to delve deeper into many other aspects. Precisely, this is what we're looking for with this digital transformation observatory. More than 12 topics, as some of them have to do with connectivity and inclusion, digital trade, cybersecurity. So we try to cover the full breadth of digital transformation with more than 110 indicators, trying to address the 33 countries in the region. And what we also do is introducing not only traditional sources, household surveys or business surveys, but alternative sources, because many times countries don't have the time to produce this information to see how we think of new instruments and policies. So let's think of all the information that is produced in the network and how we use this information to think precisely or increasing and defining some instruments and policies. The second instrument has to do with a digital transformation laboratory, mostly focused on productive policies. At ICLAC, we always insist on the relevance of defining and implementing policies that are evidence-based. And that is the purpose of this digital transformation laboratory. We need to think also of the potential impact of instruments and policies that we may be defining and implementing. And this lab, what it intends is to be an experimentation space. Like, what would happen if in this space or this digital ecosystem that I have in my country or in a sector or industry, what about introducing specific mechanisms or moving certain levers? What is the potential impact of that on the productive sector, on inclusion, on governance? And that is also the intent of this laboratory, helping countries to see, before making decisions, to see what could be the impacts on the different potential impacts, just like sometimes reorienting some instruments and policies. The third instrument has to do with the digital transformation policies at ICLAC. This is cross-cutting, which is capacity building, basically providing support to countries in the region regarding the implementation of digital transformation policies, especially in an area where there's a constant change in terms of where we need to act. If we think today of what it means to what AI development means and where we need to focus, we need to start taking action that's very different from what we thought 5 years ago. So the intent is to support the process so countries can identify those areas and also how to implement that. And finally, some work groups we have in our digital agenda that are there to share experiences and to connect it to significant connectivity and AI and other sectors. There's a need to go beyond connectivity. A few years ago, we focused on indicators related to connectivity. or lack thereof, that's not enough. We need to understand fully what it means to be connected or not, and considering other elements in this context of connectivity having to do with the possibility of having access to digital services and many other utilities for the population. So there's a need to foster a technical discussion to design policies and to progress in a conceptual framework regarding specific policy. What do we talk about when we talk about significant connectivity? This chart, what it's actually telling is that we've been working at ICLAC for a year and a half, but we are not the only ones. From Alliance for Affordable Internet, from the Broadband Commission, there are different institutions that are working on this. And really, this is a work in progress, I would say. So we say that what are the elements that we see are important to consider when trying to understand how we are being connected? What is the space that connectivity opens up to progress in larger degree of productive use and more inclusive use of this digital transformation? It has to do with the usage intensity. Sometimes we have focused a lot in terms of what percentage of the population is connected or not, depending on the geographies, for example. We need to understand also how it's being used, and that has to do with usage intensity. When Mario talked about the use of social networks, we said it a few years ago, we're very good at using it, but not so good at producing content. When we look at how we're using social networks in a country like Chile, a person on average spends 3 hours offline. In Korea, it's 1.14 hours. That doesn't mean that it's more intense use. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. Maybe in terms of social networks that we are using to do some trading in Facebook or Instagram, we need to understand some of these instruments are being used without being excessively critical in terms of whether we're using it only for entertainment or just looking at what other people are doing, because this has to do with a very local reality of our own. This leads us to think about the different dimensions of digital transformation in regards to this digital transformation. The other one is relevance, how relevant that usage is. And those are elements related to digital skills, to precisely see how transformation is used. Accessibility, that's one of the things that we have insisted on this. We used to look at how much was the cost of access to broadband vis-a-vis the income of the poorest quintiles and the different dimensions. And I think we've made significant progress in that, but still there's so much that we need to keep on working on. The issue of impact, that's another important element to understand what significant connectivity is. And devices, because it varies depending on the device to understand what kind of usage we can make of that connectivity. And therefore, what we can summarize is that connectivity, for it to be significant, needs to be available, or we need to provide the service to people. It needs to be a frequent and relevant use. It's not only about looking at whether we're connected or not, but the usage frequency and the relevance of such usage for the people that is using, the quality, security, and the reliability in the use. And accessibility, therefore, is important. And also the last element, through an adequate device for the people who are using it. So this is kind of the idea of what's behind when you think of this idea of significant connectivity. I will go faster because I believe I'm running out of time. One of the key dimensions of the significant connectivity, we're only highlighting here some work that we are conducting together with STIC in Brazil, that we've been conducting with a few countries in the region. There's lots of interest. Okay, let's look at how we are having access at the different levels in these four dimensions, if you wish, and these main four enablers for significant connectivity that we can have in terms of access to devices, quality of connectivity, and the usage environment. And we're going to add also digital skills and online activities as we are doing. In reality, this is a work in progress, and it is to delve deeper into many of these things. But we also believe it's important because what we're looking at is that in some aspects, countries may say they've solved some connectivity issues. Now we're going to look at some numbers. We have 95% of those people who are using that connectivity. But when you consider those elements of significance in that connectivity, you see how networks are being used. These percentages drop significantly, and this has to do with how we implement policies and instruments that can address all of these components that make connectivity significant or not. 2 minutes. Okay, and therefore, thinking of this is what we do. What happens with cooperation when you say, okay, when a certain country, we say, okay, it goes out of the context of cooperation. You get to a certain level of connectivity. It's still an issue. It's not about gradation of the levels where I am in terms of significant connectivity. And what we do here, when we show some results, we believe we had some answers already. But look at what happens with Chile, Brazil, and Dominican Republic. The number of people in households that have access to internet, look at Chile, 97% of the people who live in homes that have access to internet. What happens when you consider significant connectivity? These four dimensions, these large four dimensions, to where we need to add skills as well, drops significantly. So we need to keep on working on these things. Infrastructure is going to be a major issue, thinking especially of what this new digital transformation means and how we use these new tools, but also many of these other areas. And therefore, what significant connectivity opens up is the evidence about the need for much more specific, more focused policies on these four major lines. Here, what we show is basically just to show by country the breakdown of the different topics that are more concerning than others. So it says there among these indicators, let's look at these ones that we are considering. How am I positioned in terms of those areas where I need to act more strongly? As I said, here in the case of Dominican Republic, that percentage has significant connectivity. Think of these 8 or indicators, then the level drops, but that doesn't mean that I have it or I don't. But there's a certain spectrum within which I move in terms of how significant it is, the kind of use of or having access to digital transformation. This is the case for Chile, and this is for Brazil. Something we thought it was important, and people have been working in Brazil, and they are also driving a major inclusive connectivity plan. It's been recently launched. It has to do with these differences in terms of demographics and socioeconomic aspects. In Brazil, only 22% of the population has significant connectivity. What happens when you break it down by age? Of course, there are substantial differences. People who are 35% of people between 45 and 55 have connectivity. What happens when people who are 10 or 15, 16, the same happens with gender or with social class or ethnicity or ethnic group. Those are relevant aspects. And I'll close. Mariana says that I have 0 minutes, but 0 minutes are 66 seconds, 60 seconds. So what happens? Important elements to understand skills. And this is something that we are starting to work. The countries in the region, we don't have enough information, but undoubtedly this is the basis. These are this is digital skills that are basic, intermediate, and advanced, but we shouldn't stop there. We need to delve deeper. But look at what happens. The average for the region, we're talking about a 40 to 44% compared to 80% in Korea. But in the case of advanced ones, that is multiplied by 3, not by 2. And this is talking about not only the usage, but of developing in the area of digital transformation. So summarizing, what we understand is precisely how the idea and the methodology and analysis of significant connectivity opens up the possibility of strengthening policies that are much more specific and that are actually address these dimensions that can help us address the element of digital inclusion. And that will not lead us to societies that are precisely much more heterogeneous. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián. Thank you, Sebastián. Sorry about the cutoff. Thank you very much for sharing with us about the digital transformation promoted by ECLAC and the different instruments that are helping the countries put digital transformation into everyone's programs. And understanding the access of connectivity, significant connectivity that goes beyond connectivity and also includes relevant and frequent use that is accessible, and of course, digital abilities. Finally, the third presentation will be made by Ellen Helsbeck. She is from the London School of Political and Economic Sciences and from the master's programs. And she will be talking about new media, digital inclusion, and interpersonal and quantitative and qualitative aspects. Thank you, Professor Helsberg. The microphone is yours.
Sí. Bueno. Buenos días. Es un honor estar aquí.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here to talk about something that is so important, the challenges of public policies for digital transformation and their potential to promote or reduce the digital gap. The slides will be in English, but I will be presenting in Spanish.
Ya sé que no voy a poder cubrir todo lo que quisiera, entonces aquí se ven.
I can't really cover everything I would like to, but
De hecho, en este momento.
That's my contact information in case you wish to know more. And we have a challenge, as you see below, Regan, which is a global project between Kenya and Scotland. They are producing live. In the future, I would recommend that you attend these fora. These are fora of youth and adults. We're trying to understand how digitalization can be an obstacle and in practice to have people participate in the production of content. It will be much more innovative and positive than what I will share today. I'd also like to thank my colleagues for so many details. And this takes the obligation of doing what normally is done, understanding definitions and data. Also complying with the different tasks and the incentives of public policies. But since I'm a professor, I want to answer some questions. Here's the first question. How do you understand inequality in the digital world and what factors are associated to inequality in the digital environment? My colleagues have spoken about this at length, but I would like to stress the idea that digital inclusion does not exist in itself. We can't analyze the digital gap or any digital inequalities, because that's what we are discussing, if we don't understand the socioeconomic and social cultural factors and their causes, because it is rooted in the environment in which this technology is being produced and where it is introduced. So it is in this context, global, regional, at a country level, where they are unequally distributed, and historically in the analog resources of individuals and of the countries themselves. So it's important that, to understand this. And as my colleagues have said, when we talk about digital inclusion, we need to talk about these levels: access and quality, or just access, and not only digital skills, but also digital literacy. That's extremely important, a critical view of the impact of technologies on ourselves, on individuals, but also on society. A more holistic version is what we're seeing. And there is this other part that we are looking at that has to do with the agenda. It is this idea of how we use technologies and what contents are available. We didn't talk about that very much. So we're looking at the content and the services that we're putting in line here. Are they adequate? Are they relevant? Is it enough with these experiences and areas, experiences of people and vulnerable groups, bearing in mind these contents and these technologies in this digital environment? It's produced by a certain sector of the city in some parts of the world, and studies that offer content, especially here in the South. It is produced by the Anglo-Saxon regions. So in Africa and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we're experiencing content that is produced in the North. Until now, we've talked about access and use, and we're increasingly looking at unequal production of content, and with this bias that was mentioned by our colleagues, the algorithm bias. And that is why there's content generated by users and the content that is also made popular. So what is it that we're interested in? What are we producing? And this is very important. And the third dimension of these tangible results and benefits obtained, but also the risks that we face as an increasingly digital society. And these are closely related with the SDGs and with human rights, including development and living a dignified life with employment and whatnot. And of course, as my colleagues mentioned, it is not just digital inclusion per se, but for a country or for a person to understand if they're included or not, but these systematic inequalities. I don't really care if I have a mobile phone if no one else has it. If I have one, it's an advantage. But if others don't, it doesn't really make sense. I started talking about this, but what are the causes, the underlying causes of these inequalities, not necessarily digital, to understand them and to specify, and then to understand whether this digital inclusion for specific populations, is it a solution for them? It's very important not to forget the causes of inequality. Digital inequalities or digital inclusion in itself, just to not just leave it at that, but to look at the causes to see whether we can improve their situation with technology or not. So we talk about the public policies. That's what I want to do now. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? We've talked about them, And here we need to look at the distinction between them. We have digital inclusion, access infrastructure, courses, and digital literacy, with the understanding that this will take us to these tangible results of welfare. And that, for me, has three different areas. One, access to information, services, networks, but also to the contacts, to networks, interacting with people, not, with the community, with families, etc. So these relationships and welfare is very much related to this. The second opportunity, if it's done well, is not only about providing access, but also the opportunity to represent the topics that we're interested in the context we find ourselves in order to have a global, regional, and local participation. And that doesn't necessarily come with access. We need to have specific policies so that we can take advantage of these opportunities and creating. And this comes with the third part, with these huge opportunities to collaborate and participate in collective action to make a better digital future so that everyone is included. Technologies are not just about information, but also about communications, and communication and interaction are sometimes ignored, many times ignored. Challenges. The problem is that this is a moving target. So both in terms of access, skills, and engagement, use, and content that people need to connect with change. So I'd like to talk about that. Access is clear. And today we heard about Korea. There was a huge leap, but Korea had a huge leapfrog, but we've seen an even higher leapfrog with cell phones. We were much lower than Korea, and now we are at the same level. But what we've seen with this access is that there is a leveling. There's no more growth. There's no more proximity with the other regions. The same in terms of the opportunities for participation, access to information, is broadband. Broadband is extremely important for what we looked at in the past, screens and computers, that's a digital past. Now we have larger screens, etc. But the skills that you needed, the access you needed for this was very different than what we see today at present. It's all in our mobile, and there's huge bias. Many people have mobiles, but if we're talking about education, it's very difficult to do homework on your mobile phone. It's very difficult to do everything we did today, this participative process. Try to create a PowerPoint on your mobile phone, or a report, or participate on a Zoom on your mobile. And these are this is what people use to participate. And although everyone is connected, the content platform is different. It's not just the skills and the access, but also the content. And artificial platforms, we're talking about something like ChatGPT, which has exceeded traditional means. It's about understanding, interpreting why a certain advice is being given. What is the bias in the information? And it is very much determined by the content provided by pioneers, by those who use it more, by those who are more active online, and we are using these in an algorithmic world, and that is shaping the future for other people. So I'm not talking so much about programming when I say content creation or creative skills. I'm talking about the daily use. All of us are shaping the digital future. When we give something a like, the next person coming up will probably see that content, or the content will be pushed on other users by the algorithm. So it is about critical use. When we look at the imagined future, it is this future.
We believe that we will be disappearing in this digital world, disconnected from everything else. But the truth is that this will be the reality, the cultural reality, smart cities, artificial intelligence. All this will be within the analog world. And public policies have been working in this, and we have done a review. I will be finishing in the next slide, where we see that the public policies of artificial intelligence, smart cities, smart everything, very little is mentioned about inequality and the impact on vulnerable situations within the countries or in the countries. So we could provide more details, but we don't have time enough. I have been talking about the digital aspects and very little about public policy and the factors that have to be dealt with. We just last week finished a report that presents the problem of public policies of digital transformation and inclusion. So I will leave you with this slide, and I will add some context. One of the important problems that we have in these policies, we rarely identify social or economic goals that much will be mentioned, and poverty is being mentioned. We can see that there is a separation between public policies in terms of how much they consider digital inclusion. We have the IoT ministry, the health ministry, the safety and security ministry, and everybody has a different approach. And sometimes they are contradicting themselves. Many times as well, the individuals are responsive. They receive the responsibility of dealing with this, but many times the structural causes of this is that they're more structural and not to provide access. And one important element,
Esos key performance indicators
there are very few KPIs
los problemas económicos, sociales,
that they want to tackle economic, social, cultural problems related to rates. And all the metrics are related to the digital aspects, but not expressing, well, is poverty lowered with this digital access or more people?
muy pocas veces. Y eso está relacionado con el...
And this is all related to the other aspect, which is funds. Most of the public policies that we have seen is this is what we need doing, but how much will this cost or where will this fund come from? And this is fundamental for public policies.
Entonces, y eso también ahí hay una...
And we there have a presumption that it will be solved by the private partnerships or by technology, but those topics we're dealing with are all social inclusion, the civil society, the NGOs, those that are working with the vulnerable groups. Those are the people that have the knowledge and should be included in these public policies. And I would like to finish here. Thank you, Ellen, for your participation and for complying with the time frame. I would briefly like to highlight how you related the factors that are related to the digital inclusion and the analog world, how all this is related to whether the online content is relevant for those that are related to this, especially the disabled people, considering that the production of technologies are reproducing power relationships within countries, but also among them. And thank you very much. Before going to the final words, I would like to express that we have 150 people that are connected online, and please remind you to respond to our survey, which is very important for us. Now, having finished our 3 presentations, I would like to offer the floor to the Vice Minister of Policy Planning and Assessment of the Social Development Ministry in Guatemala, and she will be with us virtually. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you, Mariana. It is a pleasure being here with you. Good morning from Guatemala and good afternoon to all of you that are in Chile and in other countries of the region. I first would like to thank Amalia, Sebastian, and Ellen for the information, the comments, and input recently presented. As public service, it is very important for us to have these type of comments and data in our daily activity of the public work. I, of course, sincerely thank the opportunity of being in this panel and to share, at least from the distance, the experience of our Ministry of Social Development in Guatemala. Well, it is technology that is providing us with this bridge and be able to exchange ideas and lessons learned. And it is highly significant for us when we talk about digital transformation. From Guatemala, I will be dealing with this very specifically. I have my stopwatch with me, but I will do it from 2 approaches, from the population and the second one from the state, dealing with different points that our panelists are describing just by placing them in the context of Guatemala, where other countries can feel identified. But we know that within the region, there are many differences. And just to start with this conversation, I will be talking about the challenge or the context in Guatemala for digital inclusion. Our most recent experience is focused in this resource that you can find online, and it is the Multidimensional Poverty Index, IPMGT, that was recently, even a week ago, was launched, the second update. This is a tool we have been using to understand the different problems that are affecting most of the population, more than just measurements of income or money. Compared to the traditional poverty measures, IPMGT is considering those elements such as food security, education, employment, housing, access to basic services, and progressively digital connectivity. Even though this last one is not part of the indicators or the dimensions, it is important for us to have analyzed these activities on multidimensional poverty and internet access in the household. According to the last measures of the last survey of COVID 2023, which is the last statistics that we have, 57.7% of the countries in Guatemala are under multidimensional poverty, a situation that is 3 out of 4 people in indigenous Mayan communities, where we see that 3 out of 4, and also women that are being led, that are household heads. The access in Guatemala is extremely limited by the sector of the population. In terms of incidence, we find that it is higher for those households that do not have internet access, above 40% points that do have internet access in their homes. As you know, that this was mentioned by our panelists, this can be related to different factors and infrastructure, where specifically in Guatemala and the urban areas, and among other elements. This is not a problem that we have in Guatemala, but it includes the access to different areas. And this is not only technology strategies, but rather a central strategy to decrease multidimensional poverty, ensuring equity and social cohesion. The struggle against poverty in Guatemala requires a multisectorial approach in public policies. On the contrary, this inclusion will be increasing the divide that we are trying to reduce. One of the important challenges that we are seeing in this area is illiteracy in this country. Main indicators within the infrastructure is that it is in the areas that have not been dealt with is the years of schooling, allowing the possibility to integrate the participation of in education aspects. We have mentioned these types of access, and it is important to reinforce it from the public perspective, where this is establishing a digital isolation, and it is not only not having connection to internet, but it is being left out of virtual education, of labor opportunities, of citizens participation, or public services that we see that are usually migrating towards digital environments. In essence, this is related to a divide that it is harming the social opportunities and economic opportunities. Access to technology is an access point to protection and now social protection. So to talk about digital inclusion in Guatemala is far more than just hardware. It is a comprehensive perspective considering the social, geographic, ethnic perspectives as well as economic perspectives. Our commitment as a state is to create bridges not only in technological aspects but also in human bridges, so nobody is left behind, and this is seeing that connectivity is a right. As a second approach that I mentioned I would tackle is going to make us think of which is the role of the social ministries in the region to favor the use of technology in social protection as well as social digital protection. From the Social Development Ministry, we would like to share that we have implemented different digital novel tools so that they can provide better services through the optimization of socioeconomic management activities and to make the progress more efficient in terms of investments and others, and to strengthen the decision-making process. And in the case of Guatemala, I would like to tell you about the National Social Information System, which is the central nervous system of policies in Guatemala and a tool that centralizes exchanges and presents information about people, households, and social interventions, connecting more than 15 government institutions to coordinate an efficient activity that is transparent of all resources. Technology also commits us to be more transparent from the social development ministry and other areas as well, making it traceable and focused in people. Another digital tool is the unique beneficiary registry that is systematizing the more than 16 million people that are receiving benefits from public policies and development of interoperability systems to facilitate the automated information between the different organizations and the government. This is an obligation of the state because not only improves quality and the quantity of data, but it helps to create policies for better activities, promoting resources of the state that become more efficient as well and a more effective response to the needs of the population. And another tool that is 100% digital is the social household registry, where Guatemala has a very young registry. It is very, very young. And we have just have 1 year of collecting information, not only complying with the responsibility and the mandate of being closer to our communities that are geographically further from the main areas, but we have been able to collect data, which at the same time is allowing for listening and understanding directly the different complex realities that the thousands of households are dealing with. This is why we're applying the active search, a principle that we are learning from experiences of other countries.
This represents an institutional commitment to have a proactive approach in identifying the needs of the population based on data, but also based on digital tools. This principle also implies that it is the responsibility of the ministry to approach households and not vice versa, promoting operational mechanisms that are digital and logistical, facilitating the collection and use of data. For us, what is very important is our communities spaces, and I would like to share an experience with you. In order to disseminate the household registry and how we are implementing that, we participated in a community event, rural-urban development activity, and unlike paper, when we fill in a socioeconomic condition form, and since there are many variables that can have an impact on this, for households in poverty and extreme poverty, on paper the process could last 1 or 2 years, and yet when we use the tablet for the household registry, social registry, in one click we can integrate the more than 100 questions that enable a practically instantaneous socioeconomic evaluation of households, and thus we're better able to provide social services. And that is why we acknowledge from the ministry that digital inclusion is not only a technical and an additional element, but a fundamental part of more equitable and transformative social inclusion, promoting a human development perspective where digitalization, access to technology, and digital training is fundamental to achieve a basic level of social protection. The provision of our services, especially those linked to connectivity and digital literacy, must be viewed as an investment in equality and future at a state level, and that will enable us to make sure that technological progress benefits everyone and not only those that already have access to that. To round up, the digitalization as from the state does not only imply modernizing, it is above all, and this was mentioned by prior panelists, it implies that we not only develop public policies thinking about access, but also thinking about who we can not leave behind without preventing exclusion, guaranteeing that in rural communities, children can study online, that households can initiate ventures, gaining access to different types of training, or that older adult can communicate with relatives, or that they can obtain official information. As from the state, it implies building citizenship within the digital realm, and therefore digitalization is a right that helps us to close historical gaps, and therefore the Ministry of Development is very clear on the fact that technology must be viewed as a tool to close gaps and not to expand that divide. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Viceministro.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for sharing the experience of Guatemala with us and for your time. You have definitely won a prize as a good timekeeper. I would like to especially highlight the connectivity challenges, especially in poor areas, but the basic literacy actions that illustrate how analog inequalities are obstacles for the digital inclusion. You also mentioned that in order to deal with these obstacles, we require a comprehensive approach to ensure that connectivity is a right. And what other interventions implemented and whatever lessons are the role played by household registry and the interoperability between different sources of data in order to adequately respond to the needs of the population. I take away with me a phrase that you mentioned. It's not only a question of digitalizing, but a question of inclusion. Thank you, Vice Minister. We also thank the other panelists and the people that are with us here, connected online and also physically present here. We don't have time for comments, but before we end, I would like to warmly invite you to the side event, Intersectoral Nature in Health Experiences in Latin America. And at 3 p.m., we to the sixth panel of this day on social protection and labor inclusion. May you have a nice day. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señor Pedro Kumamoto. ¿Me puede escuchar? Ah, muy bienvenido.
Yes, may you be very welcome. We can hear you well. Could you share your screen just to make sure that we can see you? Yes.
La proyección ya inició de parte nuestra. No sé si esté visible por allá.
Un segundo. Sí, perfecto. Sí. Pues muy bienvenido. Vamos a empezar en unos minutos más, o ya casi vamos a empezar en realidad. Así que muy bienvenido. Hasta luego. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas.
Good morning, everyone. We'll now begin panel 6, the third day of the 5th regional seminar entitled Social Development and Social Protection and Labor Inclusion, Synergies for an Inclusive Social Development. As we have seen over this seminar, in 1995 established a crucial framework in order to understand social development as a comprehensive process that reduces poverty and inequality via coordinated strategies and effective public policies. As mentioned by our executive secretary a few days ago, the achievement of those inclusive social development implies labor inclusion and the consolidation of the universal, comprehensive and sustainable and resilient systems when it comes to social protection. Social protection policies are also strategic to achieve labor inclusion via articulated initiatives that enable the development of capacities, protection of income, and access to labor opportunities, especially for workers who experience greater vulnerability in accordance with the database of the non-contributive social protection systems of ECLAC. Over the past decade, there's been a significant increase of labor inclusion programs in 22 countries of the region, from 70 programs in 2010 to 217 programs in 2002. Programs have made progress in the implementation of this policy in various aspects. On the one hand, there are those programs focusing on the improvement of labor aspects, and others geared towards the expansion of the labor supply in the labor markets. And between both dimensions, we find labor intermediation policies that precisely seek to connect the supply and demand for employment. In addition to this, there's also other institutional and regulatory policies that preside both aspects and that form part of the comprehensive strategy of labor inclusion called passive policies. The most recent set of meta-assessments or impact assessments, especially at a global level, reveals that the positive impact of these active labor policies. However, with heterogeneous results among different population groups, institutional designs, and mechanisms that have been implemented, and also regions and countries of the world. Given that context, this panel seeks to promote a constructive discussion about the most effective strategies in order to design and implement articulated labor inclusion policies linked to social protection policies, and to get to know its main findings and lessons. The objectives of this last session of the seminar is to identify and analyze challenges, opportunities, and possible synergies that may exist between these policies. Some of the spheres that we will explore is the lessons of policies that seek labor inclusion and labor protection of people in greater vulnerability, and also policies aimed at increasing access to contributive social protection and the reduction of informality through labor reforms. In this panel, and we would like to welcome, we will have the participation of important experts in social protection and labor inclusion. First of all, we will have the presentation of Claudia Robles. Claudia is an officer of social affairs of the Social Development Division of ECLAC, who will be delivering a document or talking about a document which is called Synergies Between Social Protection and Labor Inclusion. That is produced within the framework of the ECLAC GIZ project called Ecological Productive Program and Fair Transformation. After that, we'll listen to the comments of Mr. Jesus Valdeón, who's Vice Minister of Employment Promotion and Job Training of Peru, of Mrs. Naomi Arboleda, who is coordinator of the inclusion component of the economic inclusion component of the program Superate of the Dominican Republic, and of Pedro Kumamoto, who accompanies us online, who is the Secretary General of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security. So we begin with this panel discussion with offering the floor to Claudia. Claudia, you have 15 minutes, and I'll raise my I'll give you a signal when you have 5 minutes left. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you all here. First of all, I'd like to greet authorities, colleagues with whom I have the tremendous pleasure of sharing this panel discussion, which is the last one. And so we'll try to do this as dynamic as possible so that we don't delay the closing of this seminar. I would like to begin by saying that just as Ninse has expressed, what we want to share here are some elements that we are developing in a working document within the Social Development Division. This is work which is underway within the framework of a project with a German cooperation, which is called Economic Transformation, Productive Transformation, Ecologic Transformation, which is also socially fair. And what is most relevant is that we are discussing policy recommendations in a working group with countries of the region, besides the regional conference on social development in Latin America and the Caribbean, whereby we seek to strengthen synergies between labor inclusion and social protection, considering the context that we are presently living in. This is collective work with Andrés Espejo, with Ninsen Figueroa, Ignacia Abufele. And this is the work that I would like to present to you. The main messages of this presentation is that labor inclusion continues to be a persistent challenge in the region, and its achievement requires specific and multidimensional policies that not only refer to the labor sphere, but are also closely related with social protection systems. There is no labor inclusion without guaranteed access by workers to social protection. And this is a strong idea that we are promoting, as from ECLAC, with special force in the social panorama in Latin America and the Caribbean 2023, but which has a long tradition. I cannot but see Martin Koppenheim, who is in this room, and his contribution about the labor market as a key aspect of inequalities in our region. And therefore, this obviously refers to that historical work. And likewise, social protection policies can strengthen labor inclusion, and that is why it's so important to think about comprehensive policies that jointly tackle the task of reducing poverty and also inequality, especially in what we call a structure of risks which is being reconfigured, where the set of structural, technological inequalities in the labor world, demographic aspects, the increase of violence, and of course the climate crisis all coexist at the same time, and thus generate new opportunities, but also very important challenges that can threaten vulnerability levels of both people and households. There are different policy options in order to strengthen synergies, and that is indeed what I would like to share with you now. As mentioned, as from the prospect of ECLAC, labor inclusion is comprised of labor inclusion, but also of the working conditions that workers can gain access to. In order to contribute towards inclusive and sustainable labor inclusion, it's not enough to have any kind of labor insertion. We seek a productive work, a well-paid work, and with guaranteed access to social protection. The high levels of labor informality reflects the deficits and inequalities in labor inclusion in the region. Our statistics consistently reveal, with its ups and downs, that 1 out of every 2 workers are working in informality, and that is a structural and persistent characteristic of labor markets. It intensifies in accordance with the structural axes of inequality, and you can see how it's greater among young people during the beginnings of the labor cycle, and then during old age, and then there is a tremendous inequality between urban and rural areas, among many other expressions of the structural elements of inequality. 57% of households in 2022 relied, 57.5 relied on informal, of households relied on informal work. And that was the main income in households, and therefore informal employment has a very significant impact upon income in people and in households in our region, but also in terms of structural deficits when it comes to social protection. We have worked on a typology of access via different formulas to social protection: contributive, contributive, mixed, and also households that lack social protection. And we find that the deficit of social protection becomes much more intensive in households with boys, girls, and teenagers, as we saw yesterday. But also, if we conduct this breakdown of households where the person that receives income is a salaried worker or a self-employed worker, we find that practically 40% of households where these people are the main income receivers and are self-employed lack social protection, compared to 1 out of every 5 households where this person is a salaried worker, which is still a very, very high percentage, and we certainly have to work on that. Policies for labor inclusion must also face certain specific barriers that have an impact upon the various groups of workers, especially those that face greatest vulnerability. I don't want to touch upon every single data, but approximately 1 out of every 5 youngsters between 15 and 24 years of age are neither studying nor are they involved with the labor market. And this situation has a specific impact upon young women, a situation which exists at a structural level in our societies, and therefore mechanisms such as social inclusion and social protection with a high role played by care policies becomes fundamental. Less than half of the population, that is of the working population in our region, that contributed to pension systems. So this within the context of tremendous changes where the demographic transition is upon us, and where we have scarce coverage and tremendous gaps and vacuums when it comes to social protection. We also know that labor income represents a greater dynamic of this in our region, and non-contributive social protection policies still have a wide range in order to be strengthened in their design to significantly contribute to reducing poverty and inequality. In the regional average, we saw that with 2023 data in the social panorama for Latin America and the Caribbean, the last one, that labor-related income on average led to a reduction in poverty, and we had seen a reduction of 2.3 percentage points, especially in the case of salaried work.
And the non-contributive transfers were only marginal in the drop of poverty. However, if we compare regional data with Brazil that explain most of the reduction of poverty that we recorded in 2023 in our social outlook, in this case, 3.3 percentage points of this drop are explained by salaries, and 3.8% percentage points are explained by public and non-contributive transfers. An adequate design of substantial coverage with adequate sufficiency may actually drive and change the situation. Same thing applies to inequality. Our salary structure explains to a large extent the wage inequalities that are clear in our region, and the social non-contributing transfers may reduce them, but only marginally because of the kind of design they have. So it is necessary and it is possible to strengthen this design. Now, as to the poverty reduction design, if we consider the different factors, and possibly there are too many, we've seen very interesting and sound presentations about the different factors that have an impact on poverty. But we would say that access to social protection and labor inclusion can explain this to some extent, and therefore to progress in this design of key strategies, because if we're able to progress and to manage both dimensions in sync, but they need to be connected, they need to be considered jointly, and with that we will have also a benefit or virtuous circles or cycles, because social protection means increased productivity, economic growth. We can empirically demonstrate all these relationships, and therefore we need to strengthen those synergies and also to strengthen the design vis-a-vis all the changes that are upon us, that will only worsen the gaps that exist if we don't have the right answers in time. So the last part is just to comment very briefly. I'm going fine. Ways to strengthen synergies between labor inclusion policies and protection systems. There are different policy options. Every week you may focus on different types of events or publications, and many of them are very valuable from ILO, that are actually reflecting upon how we can expand synergistically social protection and labor inclusion, and specifically contributive social protection and non-contributive social protection in an articulate fashion. This is not only about focusing on expanding non-contributive social protection and leaving contributive social protection and social security without the due attention. But the opposite, there are different mechanisms that will allow us to progressively increase the effectiveness and efficiency of both components of social protection. We see, for example, that there are policies that in their own design intend to transition from non-contributive to contributive social protection through subsidies. So people end up having guaranteed access to social protection. Also, very interesting policies highlighted by a paper from ILO in the Arab countries that intend to have a guaranteed return. Those people who have access to a formal job with access to social security, therefore, are not, if they lose that job, will not lose their social protection coverage. We also have the experience of contributive policies that have a direct impact on labor inclusion and the levels of formalization. For example, the gradual adaptation of the contributive systems, or non-contributive social protection initiatives that have the set of monetary monetary transfers, but also the discussion that is arising globally in terms of cash plus, the transfer schemes that are non-conditioned, but that also include a component in their design for labor inclusion. And finally, policies that combine both contributive and non-contributory policies, some green jobs, of supporting the transition between education and labor market. I will discuss this very quickly because I'm running out of time. The single tax schemes may increase access to social protection. These regimes combine in a single simplified payment tax obligations of the workers and contributions to social security. There are different experiences in the region, as you may see here. It's very interesting to see how they capture the attention, not only regionally, but globally, as a very relevant instrument to be analyzed in a greater detail, because they address entry barriers, they reduce access costs, especially for workers who are more vulnerable. And they may also build a path towards labor formalization with access to social protection. However, there's a number of challenges. The larger evidence that we can get, for example, in Brazil, in 20 years, we know that the number of contributors, taxpayers, has created a 3% impact of total tax collection. But in Argentina, we see the opposite trajectory, with a reduction in fiscal collection. This is not a fiscal policy, but this is about expanding social protection. But we need to know and better understand how to create a mechanism to transition, not to stay in a partial coverage status for social protection. Cash transfers may play a key role in labor inclusion for most vulnerable workers. They intend to build more sustainable impacts, combining different services. We have already established institutional arrangement through conditioned transfers that can be strengthened, though. However, but there are examples. We are going to have the example of Superate program in Dominican Republic, or other programs that were born with a labor vocation, but they also introduce non-contributory cash transfers in their design, and they double the comprehensive support mechanisms. But more intersectorial coordination is needed in order not to duplicate and to avoid overlapping between the set of social or labor inclusion policies in the countries, and of course also considering their role as a strategic instrument to respond to the challenges we have ahead of us. And specifically, this discussion is quite strong in the face of the climate crisis. We launched this document yesterday. Our colleague Jürgen Weller, Green Jobs and Social Protection Systems, Contributions to the Development Model, where we see that green jobs articulate a number of actions from global and regional policies to macroeconomic policies, environmental and productive policies as well, but also is key to consider from their own design, their role in social protection systems and labor inclusion systems, strengthening the connection with the green skills and the capabilities and competencies that are required through our education and professional education programs in the face of this new scenario, and to protect those who are facing losses because of this transition to environmentally sustainable economy, something that we did not see a decade ago. It was there, but it was less visible. If you went to rural areas, you would immediately see what was going on with climate change in those places. Now it's much more visible everywhere. There are new occupations, and there are occupations or jobs that will disappear because of this transition. And in that process, those workers need support, and the cash transfers and articulated with these green jobs policies may be an interesting alternative to keep on strengthening them. And finally, the set of policies that are there to strengthen this key transition in people's development from education to employment in the case of the youth, in order to face these brutal gender inequalities that I mentioned before, that will require to have an impact on these transitions with a permanent support, not just on the exit, not only focused on social protection, permanent support from the social protection system throughout the lifetime. Social protection is universal and it doesn't stop. It's access with the promotion of comprehensive policies and the key introduction of these care policies in the design of these policies. And of course, technical education and professional education to develop the competencies that will be needed in the face of the current context. The last one, making progress, advancing comprehensive strategies for labor inclusion and social protection is essential for inclusive social development. Strengthening these strategies is key because this will allow us to arrive at that object, that key SDG, the SDG 1, of course, reducing inequalities. And it is possible through different policy options that we need to explore today before it's too late. The region has an institutional framework for social protection that can be used to strengthen this comprehensive labor inclusion policies design. This design must create a relevant and sensitive offering to address to the situation of all workers in a situation of greater vulnerability. It's not the same policies that can be applied to everyone in all the groups. And I believe we have learned enough of those experiences in our region after the debt crisis and based on everything that has happened in the later economic crisis. And we need to be ready now to be able to build awareness regarding the labor inclusion strategies. In this in this reconfiguring risk structure, we need to be ready to this change in the face of everything we're experiencing, with an articulation of contributory and non-contributory policies regarding social protection. So in the end, to say that the consolidation of comprehensive strategies will make it possible to move towards inclusive social development in the region with universal, comprehensive, sustainable, and resilient social protection systems, and strengthened labor inclusion policies. There are two of the 10 priorities that we saw at the beginning of this seminar as part of this Pact for Inclusive Social Development that we believe is feasible in our region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia. I'd like to greet more than 100 people that are online, and also those of you who are here in the room. Let me highlight the three aspects that I believe are important in your presentation that can be used later on for the discussion. First one is the importance of strengthening synergies between the labor inclusion policies and social protection systems as a key action that will accelerate poverty eradication and inequalities reduction. The several design alternatives that Claudia presented, these four types of instruments that exist and that consider the different interactions and directions of social protection and labor inclusion, and the importance of consolidating comprehensive strategies that will make it possible to move towards inclusive social development that will be a connection between the labor inclusion and social protection policies. We'll now offer the floor for comments. The first one by Jesus Baldeón, who is the Vice Minister of Employment, Promotion and Job Training in Peru. He is a lawyer and an economist. He has more than 10 years of experience in the public sector in areas such as sectoral political cooperation and international affairs, and has been in different positions, driving key initiatives for the protection of workers in general. Mr. Baldeón, you have your time slot available. Good afternoon. Undersecretary General of the Economic Affairs Department of the United Nations, Mr. Alberto Arenas de Mesa, Director of the Social Development Division of ECLAC, ECLAC officials, special greetings to Mr. Juan Somavia, former ILO General Director, Naomi Arboleda, coordinator of the Superete program in Dominican Republic, Pedro Kumamoto, Secretary General of the Inter-American Social Security Conference, and all of those who are connected today. I'd like to greet also Claudia Robles for the presentation regarding the importance of the synergies between social protection and labor inclusion. Let me greet on behalf of our Minister of Labor, Employment Promotion, Dr. De Romero in Peru, who greets and appreciates this valuable initiative at ECLAC that has gathered us this year in order to reflect about several topics, and today especially about social protection and labor inclusion.
Essential pillars, if we take into account that they're valuable for inclusive and sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to be a part of this regional space that is part of a shared vision for the second or for the original development summit in Copenhagen. And there's so many others that we have participated in actively, learning, sharing this learning, the commitments, the results. And today we renew those actions and that future vision. On the presentation, we just heard, and of course, I take note of the recommendations. Peru shows clear signs of economic recovery and dynamism and are ready to contribute to this inclusive development and to better understand how, by having formal labor, we can further protect them. And there are some figures that I'd like to share with you from Peru. In 2024, the GDP grew 3.4%, positioning the country together with Brazil as a growth leader in the region, marking a very high rate since 2021. This economic recovery has been accompanied by improvements in labor indicators. For example, more formal labor. The informality rate was 64% in 2021. In 2024, it's 70.9. There is a reduction of 3.1% from 74 to 70. It's not much, but there is significant progress. In the private realm, we have also seen significant growth. In March 2025, over 1.1 million youth had positions in the formal labor market. It's 27% of the registered workers. It is an interannual increase of 8.1% with respect to 2024. We can also share the advances in inclusion of women and people with disabilities. Over 1.4 million women were registered in payrolls in March 2025, equivalent to 35% of the payroll, with an increase of 7.7 regarding the previous year, while the number of workers with disabilities reached 12,000 people, growing 7.7% with respect to the previous year, 2024. These figures show us that there is progress, but it is still a very wide gap. In Peru, we understand that formal employment for more vulnerable sectors is a necessary condition in order to build cohesion and to strengthen labor opportunities in our country. Thus, the ministry has developed a series of initiatives that allow us to accelerate that inclusion, that transit from the formal market with social protection. Some of the initiatives that we have been working on these last few years are the following. In formal labor, after 15 months of strenuous work by the technical teams, we launched the National Registry of Informal Workers in Peru. Many of the countries in Latin America have records of the workers in the formal market, not in the informal situation. So this initiative was launched from the Presidency of the Republic at very high level. It is a tool that has allowed us to identify over 12 million workers that find themselves in the informal market. It is a technical tool that is not only used by the ministry. We have seen the participation of over 8 public institutions, which allows us to have a very exact diagnosis, segmented and at a territorial level, of the workers that do not have labor rights. Another important tool that we've been able to launch is the classification. After the records, the registry, we classify labor informality in our country. This work was done together with the ILO for the Andean countries. This allows us or shows us that informality is not homogeneous. On the contrary, in this case, a very specific example shows us that you don't see the same challenges in a rural setting with a farmer and a bus driver in an urban setting. So the measures need to be different. They need to be specific and must allow us to have effective measures so that those people who find themselves in the informal market can have the social protection that they deserve. Another aspect has been ongoing training. Here we have an important tool, the Capacitate platform. This platform offers at a national level in a synchronous manner and free of charge over 1,000 courses and 25 that are held in original or native languages, Quechua, sign language. So it allows full inclusion of people that live in this situation. Over 2 million people have signed up. 820,000 certificates have been issued to May 2025. And there is no limitation. It is for people who find themselves in poverty or extreme poverty. It is not restricted to them. The idea is for people who leave informality to remain in the formal sector and not return to informal labor. Another project we've promoted is a national strategy for the certification of workplace competencies. This was done jointly by 6 ministries in Peru. The idea is to certify that people that have acquired this knowledge throughout the years can actually get it certified so that they can have access to formal work and social protection. Another important tool that we've promoted is precisely training, but training with a dual purpose. This dual purpose exists in many countries, and we in Peru have promoted it in the last few years. It has 3 fundamental pillars that we've been working on. One is the pertinence of training, listening to the productive sector. where or how they want the youth trained. The second is that it needs to be flexible because the private sector needs certain competencies in people in order to bring them to formality, to hire them. And the third is that there has to be quality in this training and this ongoing education. This is how we have guaranteed that the trainings that are subsidies to training can have a higher insertion level, over 70%. And we shouldn't forget one last initiative that was promoted this year with more budget, with a higher budget, is a subsidy at a national level. And last year we had around 250 million in the budget to generate temporary employment throughout the country. This year we began with 455 million in our budget. This allows us to offer temporary employment throughout Peru, but not only in activities, but also investment projects. Investment projects and activities that are linked precisely to green employment because they carry out reforestation, protection walls, all which allow for a better reaction to climate change mitigation. And these initiatives, there are many others, but these initiatives are aligned with the SDGs, SDG 1, 5, 8 on decent work, and they are part of the regional agenda on social and inclusive development promoted by ECLAC. For Peru, this agenda represents a true tool to materialize these international commitments adapted to our reality and completing a struggle that has been quite important. It's not the only one. Peru is also applying to be part of the OECD and APEP, and we are part of the signatories to the ILO as well, and we continue to advance. Just to conclude, I think that today Latin America and the Caribbean have the opportunity to show themselves to the world as a leading region in social policies with a future vision. And Peru wishes to continue to contribute with experience, innovation, and institutional commitment to this common objective. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister, and especially for sticking to the allotted time. I'd like to stress the diagnosis that you make of informality in the workplace in Peru, and we are working based on the diagnosis, and it's part of the context that we find ourselves in. You've also stressed initiatives that Peru has carried forward. The presentation and Claudia's presentation, I also recalled the Hakuuñañe. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. There are several other actions, as the Vice Minister mentioned, that are not mentioned, but are also present for social protection and social inclusion. Now it is Naomi's Arboleda's turn, and there will be external cooperation. She will be talking about external cooperation. Naomi is trained in social policies and project management and with a course on strategic planning with a gender perspective. She's a professional with over 10 years experience in national and international programs and different programs such as Superate, the Inspire program as well, and has held several positions in economic development and others in the Ministry of Women. Dearest Naomi, you have 15 minutes as of now, and if someone can hand us the clicker. Good afternoon. Could you please? Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of our General Director, Gloria Reyes, and myself, I'd like to thank and congratulate this extraordinary team that has led and designed this space, this 5th seminar on social development. And to all the speakers who have been extraordinary and stressing the imperative need to articulate and join forces to achieve the sustained development that we would like to have with our Latin American countries. It's an honor to participate in this regional conference to share the experience of the Dominican Republic through Supérate. We are preparing for the Second World Summit on Social Development. So it is part of this framework. There is a quote that says that he who doesn't know his history is condemned to repeating his errors. And Supérate arises in 2021 as a mechanism to fight poverty. And it offered an answer to overcoming struggles, to fighting poverty. And this meant an evolution from a more existentialist approach to one based on generating capacities and continuous support to households in vulnerable conditions. There are some key aspects that I'd like to mention. In 2020, the Dominican GDP collapsed, placing itself in minus 6.7%. By 2021, we had grown 12.3%. And the studies show how investment in social expenditure has been key for this. We were covering 850,000 beneficiaries or households, and we didn't really have a strategy, a key strategy, and the monetary support was quite basic. Today, we're reaching 1.5 million homes and 500,000 households. How did we do this? We moved towards a social protection system that was comprehensive with a multidimensional approach that included innovative services, guaranteeing basic services, economic security in order to help alleviate poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion.
I will only be talking about the components where we are going through innovations that are part of this transformation process. First, the health, food security, and emergency support, where we have pushed for a model that is a reference in the region as a strategy for social adaptive strategy. The care component, from where we are having operational care activities in the Dominican Republic and that we are implementing currently. Supérate Mujer, where we are fostering a strategy of companionship for women that have been suffering violence. The redesign of our economic inclusion strategies and the social family activities. Supérate takes care of more than 1.5 million vulnerable households, representing around 40% of the population, doing it under a social model of adaptive social protection system based in resilience and other activities. All this is possible through interventions that are transforming lives with economic inclusion that allow our beneficiaries to become the owners of their own transformation process. This transformation is operational through a new model of case management together with family case activity with a project such as family agriculture, where we are promoting different sustainable projects that are friendly with the environment and they receive support in the marketing process, or maybe through training for technical activities where we work together with technical professional training institutes and where we're impacting more than 100,000 beneficiaries on a yearly basis, or through transformational programs such as Mujer Super Emprendedora, Super Entrepreneur Women, where we transfer knowledge, but from the acknowledge that they have their own abilities and allowing them to believe in their capabilities and their life projects. This is possible. This is possible as we have dared to dream. Dominican Republic believes in dreams, in those intangible aspects that are motivating people to generate change. Our strategy, Atrévete a Soñar, is a model that goes together with the family at social level, where the beneficiary goes through a path that is divided in 3 large groups. And where first we integrate the beneficiary by introducing them in the pillar of the program with all the benefits with more than 12 interventions. And Atrévete a Soñar is part of the theory of aspiration, a philosophical model that is taking into account the more qualitative aspect of social and other areas. We also integrate intangible elements such as ideal elements and aspirations. Our first block, as you can see there, is the Atrévete a Soñar strategy. The second one, where there is the social development, and the third one where he goes either in training or in entrepreneurial activities. We understand that going from vulnerability to resilience is only going to work with the generation of data that show us the path to development. This is why from our social service registry, we are improving with a methodology that presents a statistical approach to classify households with their quality index under a multidimensional model, and an approach that improves precision and identification of eligible households for social programs, and we ensure to mitigate poverty. We have also incorporated into this registry indicators such as IVAC, the vulnerability index, and with climate change. And this means that we will be able to get to the vulnerability itself. Then we have additional data, studies, diagnostics, as an example. The supply and demand studies and vocational diagnostics, among others. We have for example, nowadays tools such as the basic registry, which allows for fast definition of those households that have been impacted in critical times, and it allows to provide immediate response. We have also been able to innovate in the payment systems adapted to the reality of our beneficiaries in payment systems such as either digital payments or others, and through novel platforms, meaning that through the emergency blend, our social adaptive protection, including social protection and civil protection as response mechanisms. Up to date, we have been able to activated in 7 opportunities by impacting more than 35,000 homes. This differentiated subsidy goes between $100 per family and up to 6 months of support. Undoubtedly, this is only possible, as the previous speakers have mentioned, through the different alliances, cooperation, multilateralism, from where we will have all the efforts that will help us. We have more than 120 strategic alliances with different institutions. I can mention some of these. We have an important alliance with the World Bank that has been supporting us in redesigning the economic strategy, and where we're having a pilot project through the Inspire project, our strategy of Atrévete a Soñar. In this strategy, I believe it is important to express that we're working with new approaches where we first establish a profile of the beneficiary and ensure the path that will be crossing through the program. But we're also integrating artificial intelligence to be able to have a robust system of monitoring and assessment. World Bank, together with the World Food Program, has been a key element in the protection of the social aspects. There are other key areas such as FAO, the World Food Programs, clearly ICLAC, and recently we are working together with the World Alliance of the Struggle Against Poverty, supported by Brazil, and we have been receiving support by the Fast Track. How innovative this strategy is. And I also want to mention the IDB. That has been a very important piece of this care system in the country. Our government, presided by Mr. Luis Abinader, trusts that by investing in care, we will not only create employment, we're also guaranteeing rights. And I would like to close with some data. We are estimating that the national care policy in Dominican Republic can reduce poverty, close gender gaps, and generate around 370,000 formal jobs, especially for women. It is estimated that this intervention could reduce almost 7 percentage points the feminine poverty. Superate impacts more than 1.5 1,500 households currently. And as I mentioned yesterday, our colleague Rodrigo from ECLAC, he was saying that part of the strategy that was being presented by ECLAC towards the path to the road to the summit is that governments would be investing 1.5% of their GDP. And I would like to express, Rodrigo and the whole team, that Dominican Republic has acknowledged the value of investing in these areas and allocates 1.5% of the GDP to those topics related to social expenditure. So we will continue for more. The economic inclusion strategy of Superate is articulated with the integral perspective of the government so that there can be a support, a sustainable effort in employment, more than just transfers, but promoting the productive capacity, especially in women, young people, and the people in vulnerability conditions. Superate is in the situation of having overcome the different situations through employment and others. It is not easy, but it is possible when we are determined to act and we put together all our efforts with Dominican Republic. And from Superate, I invite you to continue sharing experiences, to continue believing in these regional mechanisms of learning, to learn social protection groups that will be helping us in these inequalities. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Naomi.
Thank you, Naomi. Wonderful for this final panel of the seminar, as you were really on time. I want to highlight 3 elements that are related among them. 3 key elements related to the coordination of Superate that you mentioned. Specifically, one of them, the coordination of activities to reduce vulnerability, reduce the levels of poverty, and to have strategies for labor inclusion and different accompaniment activities and the interinstitutional activity of Superate, the one you mentioned with IFOTEC and other organizations that we know that the program works with. And the third one is this coordination between the different international organizations, multilateral activities, and that have allowed this program to strengthen the strategy of intervention and activities within the country. We are working with you in technical assistance to see those aspects that are here. So thank you very much for your intervention. And we are on time to present Mr. Pedro Kumamoto. He is the Secretary General of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security. He holds a master's in public sciences. He has urban governance from Monterrey University and currently Secretary General of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security. Now you have 15 minutes and I will be turning on my microphone just to let you know that you are on time. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much. And it is a pleasure for the Inter-American Conference on Social Security to participate with ECLAC, an ally organization that we acknowledge and we enjoy and we thank to the work that we do together. I want to highlight the previous participation by ECLAC, by Peru, by the Dominican Republic government, and I want to acknowledge the work that is being done to decrease the gaps of equality and poverty. And I am very happy to be here with everybody in this virtual activity. So a very strong hug from Mexico to Santiago in each of the different areas of America. And today I would like to share that I will be presenting something that is related to what we have been talking about from the perspective of Social Security, but in the key of the access to Social Security and those people that are migrant, the regular or irregular migrants, that humans that need protection of their rights when they have to go through Social Security. So
Dividiendo en tres secciones esta
we will be dividing in three this presentation, where the first part I will be presenting an introduction to the study, and it is framed in the recent discussions that the Economic Organization for Latin America and the Caribbean is talking about on social protection. Second section is talking about the findings of our research project, a study of compared social security and other type of activities. And of course, we will go through some conclusions. I understand that you will be seeing throughout this presentation
esta exposición que
you will be seeing this presentation. If not, we will deal with it. Yes, Pedro, if you can please show us the. Okay. So directly to number 4, please.
entonces
Okay. What is important is to begin this presentation by quickly reviewing the recent debates that ECLAC has had with regards to social inclusion and labor protection. In that sense, ECLAC views labor protection policies as part of social protection, together with the contributive formulas, non-contributive formulas, and the care policies. It also considers labor inclusion as as a labor force with a sufficient income and social protection. The challenges, the common challenges to social protection, and our colleague from ECLAC talked about that at the beginning, is informality and others, such as the increase of migration flows, south-south, south-north, all within countries. And that leads to the need to have a greater coordination of the different components of social protection. In the case of migration, what has been suggested is that we move towards portability mechanisms of social security contributions that strengthen the access of migrants to social security to the country of destination. And that is not my own idea, but an idea that has been created in ECLAC. And therefore, this presentation must be understood as a dialogue between these concepts. When we talk about social protection, about decent work, and labor inclusion, it is precisely through the addition of these components that provide sufficient protection for people. In 2003, I would like to tell you that in the Inter-American Conference on Social Security, we published the technical note and also an observatory, that's how we will call it, in a web page that presented the mapping of regulatory instruments that American countries and territories have in order to provide access to contributive and non-contributive social security for migrants, considering both people that comply with the law and those that don't in terms of immigration terms. And this begins by saying that social security is a human rights, and states are obliged to enable people to exercise this right, including migrants, and also using as a reference point the various international treaties about this aspect. We reviewed regulatory documents as well as treaties, regulations based on international data of 39 states and territories. And the results that I will now show may perhaps not be very surprising, because we have to acknowledge that we have faced tremendous challenges in the region. However, it is important to outline where we stand.
Bueno, se analizaron tres categorías.
Well, we analyzed three categories of mechanisms. First of all, the unilateral mechanisms that may be implemented by countries of origin in order to protect their diasporas or families that remain in the countries of origin, and countries of destination to protect their migrants. And the second one are bilateral, which implies a coordination of systems and institutions within countries. And the third one are multilateral, that are often created when it comes to regional integration involving the participation of several countries. And this can be viewed in Latin America and in the English-speaking Caribbean. I can tell you that we identified 239 mechanisms in the 39 states and territories in Latin America, as you can see in graph number 1, and the bilateral mechanisms are the ones that are most numerous. Evidently, they are the ones that are primarily feasible in policy terms, in financial terms, and that is why they are the most numerous. And the less common ones, as we could well imagine, are, because of their level of complexity, the multilateral mechanisms. And now we'll analyze each one of these categories. Next one. In the category of unilateral mechanisms is the ones that has the greatest diversity of protection mechanisms, with 4 subcategories. Out of them, the most common one, as you can see on the slide, was the consecration of the principle of equal treatment in terms of social security that eliminates nationality as one of the requirements to participate in each one of these formulas. Here, what is important is that this does not do away with the obligation of complying with other requirements, such as regular stay or participation in formal employment. In 38 states and territories in the continent, this is the principle that prevails. So the second most common category is voluntary assurance, so with 9 different schemes in these countries. Via these instruments, states offer their diaspora social security and long-term contributions, and also medical care. In some cases, that care is also involves is given to registered people and also to those that remain in the country of origin. In all, we found 6 cases of the exportability of these benefits in Brazil, 2, in the US, 2, and in another 2 countries. And the objective is so that migrants that have contributed in the destination country may have can gain access to the benefits that they could have received if they haven't received the reimbursement of their contributions before they leave the country of destination. And finally, there are 4 mechanisms that protect people regardless of their migration situation, and therefore that does not exclude those that are in an irregular situation. And we're in Chile, Mexico, Panama, and Uruguay. And in most of them, protection is limited to what we could call emergency medical care, according to a logic of the logic of being refugees more than anything. Then we'll find bilateral treaties between states. As we know, the objective of this type of bilateral instrument is to link and coordinate social security systems so that they can guarantee the conservation of rights of migrants. Here we find a category of bilateral treaties between states, which are most numerous, with a total of 163 cases in 19 countries. Less than half of them, 76, are instruments signed between countries of the American continent, whilst 87 are treaties with countries located in other continents. As you can see in table number 1, the smaller number of states concentrates most states. For example, only 8 countries, Canada, the US, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, Peru, represent 85% of bilateral treaties, and we only have two cases, which is Ecuador and Peru, because most of the treaties where they participate are with other American countries, whilst the US and Brazil are minorities vis-a-vis the countries that have treaties with other continents. In most cases, the treaties respond to migration dynamics in each country on the table. We use as a proxy the migration flows in each country and the indicator of resident migratory population. The highest values in this indicator are the ones that tend to concentrate the highest number of treaties. And this analysis enabled us to typify unlikely cases, such as the case of Mexico, because despite the fact that they have a migrant resident of 1.7 million people, they only have two treaties, one with Canada and one with Spain. What is also surprising is the sub-region in Central America, because most of those countries have not entered into these types of agreements. Most bilateral treaties deal with long-term benefits such as disability, old age, survival. In contrast, more than 40% of them also envisage medical assistance in a consistent fashion. And in the next slide, what we will do is to review interinstitutional agreements. The ones that I mentioned are the most complex ones. In this case, we only found 15 agreements of this type. And as you can identify, these instruments enable the people that are insured by the Social Security Institute in one part can receive the benefits of the Social Security Institute of a different part. In 14 of these cases, we didn't see as a requirement regular migration. So in principle, this does not exclude people in regular situations and often encompass medical care, or at least in case of emergencies. Now, this data seems to indicate that Latin American and Caribbean countries have chosen to enter into agreement between institutions and not treaties between countries that often imply a greater effort. And in multilateral agreements, which is the next slide, that is the category of that registered fewer cases, 4 in all. In 3 of them, in agreements appeared within organizations seeking economic integration, such as the Multilateral Iberican Agreement on Social Security of Mercosur, or the Andean Instrument for Social Security, the Agreement on Social Security of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and the 4th agreement is the Multilateral Ibero-American Agreement for Social Security promoted by the Ibero-American Social Security Organization. The CARICOM agreement has the largest number of signatories. We're talking of 13 states, and after that, 10 American states in the multilateral agreement, which include long-term benefits such as disability, old age, survival, and the Ibero-American agreement also includes labor accidents. Now, in Mercosur and that of the Andean community, those agreements are far wider ranging in terms of coverage, because they envisage all the benefits foreseen in or established in national legislations, but each one only integrate 4 states. Countries such as Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Uruguay, and others participate in at least 2 of these agreements, whilst the rest only participate in 1. Again, what is surprising is cases such as Mexico, the Central American region, and Caribbean countries, because they practically don't participate in any multilateral instrument related to Social Security, except for El Salvador and the Dominican Republic, that form part of the Ibero-American Agreement. And well, what is it that we're doing? What is the roadmap that we see as from the Inter-American Conference on Social Security? In this sense, our first action is to ensure the portability of rights via dialogue, exchange, and international cooperation. We're also committed to building strategic alliances, and in that sense, to collaborate with key stakeholders such as the World Migration Organization and other international, regional, and national organizations such as ECLAC, acknowledging that joint work is fundamental in order to change the present situation. Now, the idea is to benefit from existing mechanisms. and provide technical assistance to promote instruments and regulatory frameworks and cooperation options to facilitate portability agreements in the region. And finally, we also seek to promote concrete actions with member countries designing joint strategies based on evidence with tremendous rigor and adapting ourselves to specific migration situations, which also contributes to a better institutional coordination. Finally, I would like to share some of the conclusions that were the result of the review of this study and of the perception presented by ECLAC.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Entonces, gracias. Entonces, esta presentación permite.
This presentation enables us to conclude that there is a variety of social security instruments for migrants. However, there are significant differences in the efforts of American states to guarantee social security for migrants. In South America, this is a region where we have the greatest number of mechanisms of this type, followed by the US and Canada. In contrast, there is still a lot of work to do in Central America and the Latin Caribbean and in Mexico, where we found a few instruments that could imply a greater vulnerability of those migrants in terms of their origin and destination. In 38 out of the 39 states and territories, we have found a consecration of the equality of treatment, and there is no nationality requirement for migrants to participate in social security systems. However, their access may be conditioned as a result of their labor and migration situation. Bilateral treatments tend to reflect the migration situation of countries, but with some restrictions. Interinstitutional agreements provide more flexible solutions so that countries that haven't entered into bilateral agreements but participate in multilateral ones are able to establish those agreements. These agreements are limited and they exist within the framework of regional scope. Most of the instruments that were reviewed offer protection in terms of long-term benefits for disability, death, and so on. And people with an irregular migration situation are not often envisaged in these mechanisms that were reviewed, and where they are included, they tend to have access primarily to emergency medical care. This leads us to the final conclusion, which points towards the need to expand the coverage that social security systems offer for migrants. And what is especially relevant is that in countries and sub-regions that have a fewer number of mechanisms, despite the fact that they have important migration flows, that they make these protocols active, and special care must be paid to people whose migration situation is irregular, because as we have seen throughout the presentations, this also involves these are also the most unprotected groups.
So that says expanding the social security instruments will contribute to the guarantee for migrants of the human rights of social security and joining a decent job. And lastly, inclusive development. I'd like to invite you to check this publication that discusses all this data and the interactive platform from the Social Security Inter-American Conference. You have an ally, as well as with ICLAC and each one of the government and non-government institutions that are present today to build a universal social security that is not connected to anything else but the rights of every human being. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, estimado Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you for this presentation. Like what we said before about the previous presentation, the importance of cooperation among countries and multilateralism to ensure social protection services for all workers in the region, something key in order to make progress in these types of agreements to guarantee the portability of these services. We have a couple of minutes. I have two questions that were posted on the chat. I don't know if anyone in the room has any question, the burning question. One question maybe, but I have an overall question which mainly deals, and this is specific for Claudia, the Vice Minister, and Naomi. They ask about the role of socio-emotional skills
in the process. I was thinking how you could approach that. Maybe the vice minister and what he said about ongoing training, Naomi, from the point of view of how Superate does with building soft skills or social emotional skills, and for Claudia regarding education or education transitions. And another question for Mr. Kumamoto, which deals with what are the fundamental dimensions that these bilateral agreements and multilateral agreements must have to guarantee social protection for workers in the region. I will give you a minute each in the same order. So Claudia starts, then the Vice Minister, then Naomi, and finally Mr. Kumamoto. Claudia, go ahead. Thank you, Nise. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the comments that we received from Dominican Republic and from very valuable having this final discussion. And I will not dwell on this because I know we need to close the seminar. Maybe regarding skills, we should highlight how important it is to strengthen their development and also considering them in training schemes, education and technical and professional education as well, connected with the transformations that are happening. A study published recently at ICLAC is interesting, which is discusses young employment, trying to explain the transition from the agricultural world to the service world, how this keeps on growing from manufacturing and farming to the services sector, and what would be the forecast of this behavior, because it happens in young employees. So that would mean dual training, possibly for the youth, as the vice minister said, social emotional skills, leadership, skills that are intangible, soft skills, but that are key when facing these changes in the labor world. And maybe connecting that huge challenge with the experience of programs such as Superate that work with more vulnerable populations, and therefore comprehensive support is needed for the people, considering labor inclusion aspects, which has been shown also by the experience of different labor market policies, direct employment, the emergency employment programs, and how the impact of these programs can be sustained in time only if this support exists. And so the idea would be to strengthen the comprehensiveness in that design of all the policies to be able to face that new scenario that we're experiencing. I'd like to invite all the colleagues to check this study. It's interesting and to think how we can make progress in this comprehensive design. And thank you very much. Thank you, Claudia. Mr. Vice Minister. Maybe I should add the following. Every time we hear presentations and we go to academia or we go to schools, we always say that the curriculum helps you get you to a job interview, but to go beyond that, that's when you need the social emotional skills that are extremely important. That is from home, that is part of our upbringing and training. Even the educational offering is subject to the same. There's a special relevance. We need to focus on that. For example, in the case of the ministry, we have advisory services that includes social emotional skills building. We provide that service, the support that we can provide in order to strengthen those assets that are so important. And I would only close mentioning that once again, it's not enough to have a good curriculum, if you wish, but that needs to be coupled by this relevant aspect. Thank you, Vice Minister.
Sí, bueno, yo quiero referirme, como señalábamos.
As we said the first day, and that was mentioned by Mr. James Foster so eloquently, he said that these
the socio-emotional aspects, and in our case, in Dominican Republic, aspirations as well, are fundamental in order to achieve higher degrees of development. They are key because they cause the individuals, the beneficiaries, to actually own their own development and growth. So, as part of the strategy that we are implementing, there's a comprehensive support strategy, as Claudia mentioned, which is key, where we see
De manera integral a ese
clearly the comprehensiveness of that beneficiary and their process inside the system. I should also mention that in a recent study that we conducted to diagnose labor supply and demand, results precisely reflected the importance of developing these social-emotional skills by the private sector. What's important in connecting this information that reflects the activities in the private sector in terms of what are the needs that they experience and how these social-emotional skills sometimes are key, are fundamental, not only strengthening technical capabilities, but also enabling these socio-emotional skills. And well, that's it. We understand that it is an.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Naomi. Señor.
Thank you, Naomi. Mr. Yamamoto, you have the floor. Thank you again. Thank you for this space that ICLAC has given us, and it's great to be able to hear the success stories of our colleagues. I would just like to add that in the case of the conditions that are part of the agreements, the more complex the mechanism, the more services. CARICOM, for example, thinking benefits for survival, elderly age, and the Ibero-American Committee that also includes some services benefits because of labor-related accidents, because the higher the complexity, risks, but more risks are identified, and therefore the sustainability of the systems is improved. The systems, we saw 4 in the region, and this is also due to cultural aspects as well. The fact that the region has achieved this type of agreement, and with that, they've been able to get those benefits. It means all this connects with the large number of exchanges in the region. Same thing happens with the Caribbean. That is to say, the many of the cases under the same language, for example, and similar ethnic and cultural conditions. It's interesting to see how this works because the agreement, the binational agreements, theoretically could be the most thorough. However, from the perspective in our review, the ones that consider fewer services or benefits, but they're simpler politically in terms of developing them. Thank you, Pedro. And with this remark, we close this panel. Was there a question? Yeah, but because we don't have time for questions right now, so you can maybe approach any of the speakers. I'd like to offer the floor to our Director of Social Development Division, Mr. Alberto Arenas, who will close this seminar. Thank you all, and thank you to those of you who are connected online.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Before closing in this regional seminar,
Sankier.
Mrs. Sankier has asked for a couple of minutes. It's a pleasure. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Alberto. And dear friends, I think I can say that now after 3 days together in the room and online as well. And thank you for giving me just a couple of minutes. I thought coming here from DESA, I just wanted to thank ECLAC for convening us. And I was so inspired listening to all the experience from the different countries or member states, as we call them in the UN language, to hear the good experiences and the good progress, and not least the reflections that you've shared with us in this last panel, but in the panels of the previous days as well. There's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of good progress there in the field of social development that we need to make sure that we bring into the discussions of the Second World Summit for Social Development. And the second thing that I really noticed during these days is, again, how we as a multilateral system and as UN can be important in trying to gather the data, to analyze, to provide these platforms where member states can come together and can share those experiences and can help, again, realize social rights and bring us forward towards that inclusive social development that we are striving for. So looking ahead towards the Second World Summit for Social Development to take place in November in Qatar, we know this is a crunch time for the negotiations that are happening in New York. And I think we hope to see a very strong, solid outcome document that will help us move forward using all of those good experiences that we've heard these last 3 days. And I've been incredibly encouraged this morning by the discussion that we had with the different regional commissions. It shows again the importance that we as a multilateral system can play to help realize social rights, to promote inclusive social developments at the country level, how important the regional level is and the regional commissions are in making this happen. And I, coming from the UN in New York, of course, reiterate the continued commitment that we have from DESA to making this a success. And there's one little challenge. I mentioned it this morning, but I would like to mention it again, and that is for us to think now very long and hard about how we make sure that those commitments that will be in that document in November, that we make sure that they move from paper to reality in people's lives. And again, all the partners in this room and those listening online will be important in doing that. But us as a multilateral system at the national level, at the regional level, at the global level, that we also take that forward and make sure that we set ourselves up in the best possible way to support member states in realizing those commitments that we know will come in November. So I just wanted to leave that little challenge because I've been so encouraged by everything I've heard these last 3 days. So with that, I'd say thank you and hand back to Alberto.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bjorn Sanker. I believe after 3 days, I finally learned how to pronounce it. Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks. These have been 3 days with many activities. 3 days that have been quite intense. Who isn't tired? Raise your hand. I think we're all tired. And this is the closing of our 5th seminar on social development. On behalf of ECLEC, I'd like to thank everyone sincerely, everyone who has been with us these days, both in person as well as on the different platforms virtually. Ministers, vice ministers, directors of think tanks, representatives of the UN organizations, and Secretary General of Economic Affairs, UNDESA, and the executive secretaries, the authorities that have joined us this morning in a panel, which we prepared for a very long time in order to bring all 5 regional authorities together with UNDESA, and to continue our work and within the framework of the Second World Summit on Social Development. I'd like to thank Sophie Smith, representative of Belgium before the UN. And they offered us a video that's very significant because both Belgium and Morocco are the co-enablers of the Second World Summit on social development, and having had them here with their message was very meaningful. We thank you. We also had the participation of the Minister of Social Development in Chile, Javier Toro, who since 2023 has presided the regional conference on social development for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we also thank Brazil through Minister Wellington Diaz, Minister of Social Development in Brazil, who will preside the regional conference as of September this year. And we would like to thank you all for the substantial contributions, the wonderful keynote speeches, a very high level, and a special mention to those who accompanied us in person, who flew over 13 hours or some even 25 hours. This would be Dr. Jane Foster, Professor of International Affairs at George Washington University. Let's offer him a round of applause.
También el doctor John.
Also, Dr. Johnson Wan. I believe he is on his way. I'm not sure about Korea, but he is no longer in the room. Well, had a wonderful presentation. And of course, to the president of the Colegio de México, Silvia Giorguli. From academia, I have to say that it was truly a privilege this morning to hear Ellen Hersberg. Thank you for coming from the London School of Economics all the way here. It's also many hours, a long flight. It was wonderful to hear about the inequalities in the digital world, their social digital world and inequalities, as you well said. I'd also like to thank a gentleman that talked to us about the Second World Summit for Social Development, and that's because there was a first one. Mr. Juan Somavia, who has been with us all day. Thank you. Founding president of the Fund for Foreign Affairs. And 2 years ago, Juan, we were in the same room on the third seminar on social development when we were starting to talk about the Second World Summit on social development. It didn't have a name at the time. It was the Social Summit. That was among the 5 summits that the Secretary General had committed to in his agenda. And here, Juan offered us all his experience to bring this forward. Juan was in charge and led the first World Conference on Social Development in Copenhagen, which is the summit that has brought together the largest number of presidents and representatives of countries in the history of the UN. And we will most likely see him in Qatar. So thank you to all the panelists, moderators, and participants who offered us their remarks and reflections, including the 5 parallel events that we took a close look at in digital affairs, social inclusion, social protection, and health. This regional seminar could not have been held without the support of the projects and partnerships of the Social Affairs Division here at ECLAC, the Spanish Cooperation Agency, and Social Cohesion, the German Cooperation through the CEPAL, BDC, and GHC project of the government of the Republic of Korea through the project on strengthening bonds on digital inclusion. And of course, the 2 projects from the development account from the UN, which are resilient workplaces in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the second on labor inclusion in view of climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean. We would like to thank everyone who has been here in person, as well as those who accompanied us and participated virtually. Your commitment and participation have been of the essence for the success of the seminar. It has also been successful thanks to our team here at ECLAC, the executive level conferences, publishing, security. I hope I'm not leaving anyone out. And the interpreting teams that have accompanied us all these 3 days. Thank you.
Por cierto, nuestra
And of course, our social affairs division, all personnel, including their entire staff, the consultants and interns, they have all participated intensely in all the phases of the development and preparation development of this regional meeting on social development. And of course, thank you to everyone here and online on the WebEx platform, which is not easy. So again, to the entire social development division, I thank you, and I'd like to congratulate you for a job very well done. And in general, I would like to also include Nicole Werner, Daniela Uneos, Natacha Leroy, Felipe Majaluf, Alison Moore, Amalia Palma, and Nancy Rios, who were under the general direction of this gentleman, Carlos Maldonado, who grew some white hair, and Raquel Santos Garcia, who is not with us today, but I hope she's online. For a very happy reason. She is in a maternity process and has just born Vicente. So a big hug to Raquel and Vicente and to everyone in Carlos's team.
Antes de despedirnos, quisiera
Before we bid you farewell, I'd like to share a few ideas. As many have said, it'll be very brief. Basically, I'd like to stress a few ideas, a few activities in the second semester 2025, where we have programmed activities for ECLAC. And I'm going to jump ahead because I know you're quite tired at this point. So the first idea has to do with a seminar that we're going to hold, an international seminar, ECLAC IDB, on equality. Keys to overcome inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean. It will take place in Guatemala on July 8th and 9th, 2025, and we will delve, among other things and topics, into the debate on inequality and its multidimensional measurement. The Social Development Division has been mandated to lead ECLAC on inequality studies in order to generate solid tools in order to work to eradicate it. And of course, there has been work done to generate a space for dialogue on the challenges and on the multidimensional measurement of the social inequalities in Latin America and the Caribbean. We know that what is not measured cannot be transformed or modified. We know that measuring inequality only based on income can present many disadvantages that strongly affect the lives of people. This is why advancing towards a regional proposal for multidimensional measurement of social inequality is not only desirable, it is urgent and necessary in the region. Inequality is a multidimensional issue, and we require a multidimensional measurement to support the design and implementation of public policies that are comprehensive and move in that direction. And the second activity that we've been organizing for a while is in Brasilia. In September, we will be celebrating our 6th meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development for Latin America and the Caribbean, and we hope to pick up again on this conversation with the authorities in order to promote the contents of the new World Pact for Inclusive Social Development. I only need to now thank everyone for your commitment to building an inclusive social development. We wish you all a safe return if you travel to Santiago, and thank you very much for your daily efforts for the welfare of our society. We'll see you again in Guatemala and in Brasilia for the conferences. in Doha, also for the second World Summit on Social Development. And of course, in another year, we will meet again here for the 6th Regional Seminar for Social Development, where we will discuss development strategies to advance towards inclusive social development, to put people at the center and their rights, and move borders to eradicate poverty in the region. Thank you.